WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. The first week of the year is over, dude. It just seems crazy.
Not sure if it's flown by, because this show always flies by. But because of what has gone on and the subject matter we have had to cover, it's been a long week.
Dude.
I've looked forward to the fact that I'm at Friday. I got the weekend coming up. Let's get a little reset, right? A little mental reset.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you and I are both in a weird place with all this. And I thought yesterday was key that what I hope is the future president of this country decided to try and do a mental reset for everyone by telling you, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's just everything.
What are we arguing about here? We're arguing about whether or not we should enforce our laws and whether or not people should be allowed to interfere with the enforcement of American laws that have been on the books and have been passed by Congress.
Yes, we should be able to enforce our laws. And no, we shouldn't have to put up with crazy people that are trying to interfere. Trained ICE watch.
So that was new from yesterday afternoon, that the person who was shot and killed in Minneapolis, as it turns out, this wasn't someone, because these are the arguments that have been put forth. They weren't someone who was wrong place, wrong time.
Mm-mm.
They weren't just caught up in a traffic situation.
Nope.
They weren't in a scenario where, they just so happened to have overstepped their bounds. This person, as we now have, and I love technology. I am such a technology nerd. When I said, I like to get all the data and all the videos, and then let's see what we got. Your newest information shows that woman was cutting off traffic for 3 minutes. And that somebody exited her vehicle to film what she was doing.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing.
This was all part of their training. You know what happened? Her training failed.
It completely failed. It broke down. But you know what? Communists don't care.
No, not
Her
at all.
life doesn't matter to those people.
No, never.
That's the misnomer, I think. That the left is rioting because they care about this woman. And that's the saddest part, is they don't care at all. Like, you and I said, this is tragic. This is horrible. This is terrible.
Dumb people dying is still dumb people dying. It's still tragic.
It's still tragic. Even though it happened within accordance to the law and precedent from the Supreme Court and training. I was texting back and forth with Phil Holloway, our friend who does the podcast for
Megyn Kelly's network.
Yeah.
Yes, he is a attorney, works in the area, and covers all of this.
Yeah, genius guy, such a great dude. He and Megyn and Ashley did a breakdown from a legal perspective, right? And they said everything that we said, and we're not legal experts by any means, but I feel like we fairly take a look at everything and lay it out and say what's right here. And everything that they said in the clip that Phil sent was dead on accurate.
So I have a year of business law. All right, that was the moment where I went, I don't want to do this. I took it in college. It was pretty cool. It helped with having a better understanding of contract law. But reading briefs and reading findings and what the court has decided, that doesn't take some sort of super wizard. And you have all the tools right in your hand. You got a computer that you're walking around with every single day, most everyone, where you can look into this and you can even ask AI, can you explain this in simple terms for me, the simpleton? And the lack of ability or the blatant ignorance of wanting to do any of this just so you can have your political narrative.
Yep.
This is not about authority. It's not about whether or not you've had a federal officer overstep their bounds, because according to the law, not one bit, not the tiniest bit. This is strictly about power. That's all it comes down to.
They do not care about this woman.
This is still about the ability for those statists, the socialists, the communists, to steal your money and to maintain power. And what is the game now? Now that they have less than a 20% approval rating, they have to import new people that will back them. And that's what you're going after.
And that's why,
what's upsetting to them.
That's why they're fighting so hard. We've got a story, I think, later in the show, but about a man from Somalia in Minneapolis that was arrested, part of the ICE raids. Donald Trump has sent another 100 officers to join the 2,000 that are already there. And this man committed a sexual assault against a person multiple times, and it's filthy, disgusting, it's vile. And that's what that woman died for, to try to protect that.
Because that is where the Democrat Party is deriving their power from now.
That's where the votes come from.
As we have gone through the numbers, and you are welcome to look this up as well on that Google machine, that computer you got in your computer you got in your pocketbook. All right? You have a scenario now where the Republican Party is wildly, it's not even close, fundraising money because the Democrats are in such a poor way. So as we've eliminated USAID, as we have found out where money is coming from and how it's moving, what we're now starting to recognize is the Democrats, in conjunction with people who should not be here, they are illegally here, they're pilfering our welfare system and making sure it goes back to the Democrats so as to keep them in power.
That's exactly right. That's why they're so pissed.
That's why that's what that woman died for. She died for politics. She died for, I need to protect the system that I believe is representing me and my views. That's it. That's all.
Awful.
Meanwhile,
that's so awful.
I'd prefer you just went home and kept, and stayed with your family and kept on doing whatever it is you're doing and have your wild views. I bet there's a moment wherever she is right now, she's wondering, wouldn't it be nice to have been posting about this on Facebook, putting out some memes?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have been nice rather than having a bullet in your head?
I can't imagine. I said this earlier because it was before we got on the air, and I was like, what type of losers? I know it sounds awful, and it's
cruel.
It's coarse.
Yes.
But it's true. Like, what type? I've got another piece of audio that I can't wait to play for you a little later in the show of a woman who says she quit her job.
Yes, I saw her.
To go down.
I was like, somebody ain't getting their coffee today.
Let me tell you. Well, that and just how absolutely nuts this person is when you hear all you have to do is peel the tiniest layer back and the crazy comes jumping out.
Well, you wonder what would motivate people, where they would feel that their acts mean something. If you were to tell me, Los, what kind of a walk, what type of political action would you take part in? My answer is like none.
None. I don't even go to the Walk for Life, man. I don't even go to that. And I'm as staunch pro-life as you can be.
Now, if you were to say, okay, what would get you out of your chair and maybe show up? I was like, maybe a candidate that I've vetted enough that I respect. I was like, maybe. And even those are rare. So think about what it takes to have some woman who has no connection to any of this show up at the scene. And I even saw one of them where she was a very broken lady. All she was talking about was how, I want to cry my tears, but, those won't even be justified because, I just have so much white privilege.
Oh, my God.
I was just, you are so conditioned to this stuff.
You're so brainwashed.
Yes.
I can't imagine allowing myself to get to the point where the box on the wall tells me everything to think.
And I would hope that the person who died in Minnesota had some sort of payment coming their way, because I can't tell you what it would take. It would be a serious amount of money for me to drop my kids off at school, tell them I love them, and then go drive around to interfere with federal authorities rather than going to work.
Crazy thing is she got radicalized at the charter school.
Yeah.
That's where the
report
ICE
from the New York
Watch,
Post.
Yeah, the ICE Watch group formed in that school. So not just her. There's more.
Sure.
There's more people that drop their kids off and were like, hey, we're going to go over here and try to interfere with a federal operation. There's more of them.
I had the moment, and I have a great friend of mine. And so shout out to Patrick. I don't know if you're up, but he listens. And he's texting me. We were both in each other's weddings. We go back quite a ways. Great. And he said, whenever I see you post on X, I can hear you doing it in your voice, and that makes me laugh even more. He goes, at some point, dude, though, you can't help stupid.
No, dude. What was the old Bill Engvall, the comedian? Here's your sign.
And it didn't matter how much of the law I could continue to bring up, court case after court case. In fact, the moment when it was fully, and again, I'm not obsessing over it, I just kind of check in. I'm like, oh, let me see if I can help somebody here. The final one was the person I was going back and forth with and having this discussion. They were saying, well, that federal officer's going to have a hard time explaining shots 2 and 3. I said, no, they won't. I go, that vehicle was still in motion. And then I cited the case law. And I pointed out, when it comes to excessive force, the federal court system, including the Supreme Court, has determined if you have someone who is no longer able, for instance, one of the things that was cited, if they go to the ground, you can't keep shooting them. That's excessive. You're in a motor vehicle, you're still moving, baby.
The car never stopped.
And the fun part about that, the attorney who was following along with this discussion kept retweeting everything I was doing in terms of, he's right.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we had Megyn Kelly and Phil Holloway.
And Ashley Merchant.
They were echoing exactly what we had brought up.
Through the eyes of the official in the moment.
Yes.
That's when the decision is made.
It's called discretion.
And it even takes into account the officer's past incidents, which we laid out yesterday. My man was drugged like 100 yards by a car in a different operation 6 months ago, had to be in the hospital all stitched up. That also plays into the legality of what he thought in the moment. His experience as an officer matters.
He has the experience of someone who has tried to intervene legally and had someone use a car against him.
And you want him, you're telling me, the crazy leftist that you're going back and forth, you're telling me, dude, you want him in that moment to just dismiss the fact that he was drugged 100 yards.
Just dance around it.
Yeah, don't worry about that. And then the video yesterday, there's even a newer video that comes out, and you can see him being pushed up onto the hood and off to the side of the car. It's so clear that this woman hit him.
Yes, the previous views that we had of this entire incident, they were all filmed from bystanders behind the vehicle. By the time you now see what it looks like Ring doorbell systems on the houses across the street, not only do you get a better timeline where she was cutting off traffic and trying to interfere with ICE, not just for 5 seconds, not just for the 20 seconds you see in the video, she was cutting the street off for more than 3 minutes. And somebody exits the vehicle and starts filming her, knowing we're going to create an incident here.
We're going to create some chaos. We're going to make ICE officers look bad.
And that particular shot from across the street shows that man being elevated onto the hood.
That's right.
As the car hits him.
That's exactly right. And yesterday we hadn't seen that.
Couldn't see it
until right after the show, maybe noontime is the first time I remember seeing it somewhere around in there. And I was like, oh, that changes everything. And there wasn't any doubt to begin with.
There wasn't doubt to begin with, but it won't change everything.
That's exactly right.
No, what happens, and this happens to Aunt Peg, this happens to anyone out there who buys into this ideology. They have to create their own world of make-a-believe.
That's right.
And then 100%. They live in that.
100%.
So it doesn't matter how many videos. No, we could have one. We could eventually, if those men were wearing cams, have the cam out. You could see if he ever gets the shot, where his body is obviously elevated from the vehicle onto the vehicle, even for just a moment. They could show that to you, and the leftists who still know this is about power and money and making sure that they have what they have going on will still lie to you about what's right in front of them.
They absolutely will, and they'll tell you what you have to believe. I watched a little video. I don't know if I can find it now right here, but it was Michael Schellenberger, and I thought it was so smart.
I thought this was good too.
When he was talking about the brutal truth, left-wing authoritarianism is identical, almost identical to narcissism. Entitlement, we decide what you can say. Grandiosity, we're the good people here.
Yes.
And then psychopathy, we don't care about the harm we cause. Dude, that is the most precise thing I've ever heard.
So there was a moment yesterday, because I saw that video, and full disclosure, there was a sports radio network that you had one company buy it, and they decided to blow out the whole previous staff. And there was a couple people where I'd done their show in the past, and so I've followed them on X. There was a couple people that I'd never worked with, never been on their show. I decided, hey, I'm going to kind of support you. I'm going to follow you. And, maybe we'll have an interaction or, just want to see what you're about. One of them, as they were going on their rant about this yesterday, I'm talking about, I saw that piece of video not 90 seconds before. I start reading this next guy's post, and he nailed every single one of them. Every single thing about what your mentality is. They're the moral superiority.
Couldn't be more correct.
They're the one who knows.
Yeah.
And if you don't,
good.
there's something. And I'm the good guy.
Yeah. You're anything but the good guy.
And let's face it. Let's talk about what's happening in this country. We have 5 months straight of rents being down.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
We have, obviously, fuel prices at what they are. We've stabilized what is going on in our supermarkets. Prices are coming down. We have a scenario now where even the news that broke yesterday, the trade deficit has been cut in half. All right, interest rates are falling. Donald Trump talked about taking the money that has been produced from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and buying in to, I think it was, I'm trying to remember what the loan program was, to drive down interest rates even further.
Yeah.
So that home ownership becomes more of a reality for more people.
Yep. And then stopping major corporations from buying up all
These are all good things.
The single home.
We're winning. And not just by winning by a little bit.
No,
we're winning by a lot. When you look at the polling, again, you're not supposed to maintain the House when you have the presidency. That's just the trend that's been out there for the better part of a generation. Yet, there's a very real possibility we can and we will because of who these people are. We're winning across the board. And yet, all they can do is complain and get out in the streets.
Yeah.
Those are people that there is no rationalizing. They don't share a mentality or a morality with you. You just have to write them off as they're that 18 to 20% that continue to back the Democrat Party, who is the party of the issues. What are they always? 2080?
Yeah.
What's the 2080 issue? You know what? We should get rid of cancer.
Love it.
They would be protesting for cancer.
Dude, they did the same thing with dictators. They changed from no kings in 70 plus
kings,
days.
77 days later, they're backing a South American dictator. It's just about whatever maintains power or allows them to keep their cottage industry of stealing money from everyday working Americans.
Just quickly about the economy. I loved it when I read this. Experts shocked in capital letters as American economic productivity surges to 4.9, plus 4.9, highest in 6 years. Labor costs went down 1.9%. They're lower. They are all, that's always good news. Q3, 4.9. 3.3 becomes 4.1. Labor costs down, just to restate it.
And we'll get the data moving forward. Again, the Atlanta Fed believes that we are going to see Q1 growth from our GDP at 4+%, which means we are humming.
Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine someone saying, no, I'm going to vote for the Democrats, or no, I'm a Republican, I'm going to sit on my hands, I'm not going out and vote? How kind of insane do you have to be to do that?
What you're seeing on television and what you're seeing in the streets is that 18%. You're in the majority here.
That's right.
And for if there is a version of those same Democrats, like I could show this stuff to my wife and she'd be like, well, you shouldn't have tried to run that guy over.
Oh my Lord.
Like you shouldn't do that. That's a bad idea. Okay. What happens when she is the vocal majority in her party? She ends up just not saying anything because the other side is so much louder.
So crazy. When we come back on the Morning Extra, it's finally Friday, 6 o'clock hour, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. As far as the precedent, let's get into that. The law is settled for the ICE officer. Story time with Front Office Los is next.
We'll be working on doing all the wrong things right. It's Friday, I'm free again. I got my motor running for a wild weekend.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We have become a highly sought-after turf installation company in the Atlanta and North Georgia luxury residential market. The big reason for that is our installers are ATL Turf Co. employees. We do not outsource labor. They are trained to be experts in the turf installation process, drainage, grading. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. It's 2026, and it's going to be a great year. So let's start the year off with a quiz. So what's the difference in a criminal and a socialist Democrat? Well, a criminal wants to steal your stuff, but a socialist Democrat wants to steal your freedom. So let's talk about safes. The Atlanta Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands like Browning, Champion, and Fort Knox. With over 500 safes in stock, we are the place to buy safe. So come by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
The 2026 State Indoor Winter Games are coming, and we need volunteers. Special Olympics Georgia needs your help. January 30th and 31st in Marietta and Cartersville during the 2026 State Indoor Winter Games. Come get involved in a great cause and help our Georgia athletes. There are several positions available. Get involved in any sport you'd like, from basketball and bowling to gymnastics, powerlifting, and pickleball. Sign up today and join our team. Learn more and register at SpecialOlympicsGA.org. That's SpecialOlympicsGA.org.
Hey, it's John Michaels, and look, some things are bigger than sports. In 2021, 13 American heroes gave their lives in Afghanistan, and 13 Heroes Premium Spirits was created to honor their sacrifice. This holiday season, you can make a real impact. Order direct at 13heroes.com, and every bottle sold means a donation straight to the heroes helping heroes at the Warrior Alliance. This clean, award-winning line of spirits are guaranteed to exceed expectations. Whether you're hosting a game or giving a gift, do something special this holiday season. Order at 13heroes.com.
I'm Ashley Dvorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with stars Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson and director Craig Brewer of Song Sung Blue. The movie, inspired by a real-life couple, follows Lightning and Thunder, a Neil Diamond tribute band. Jackman and Hudson play the musical duo. Hudson said a big takeaway from the role is Mike and Claire Sardina's determination, overcoming challenges in their way to follow their dreams.
Being able to fight for light and fight to get through what could be some of the hardest things that could happen to one in their lifetime.
Director Craig Brewer shared how he related to the duo's creative passion.
I live in Memphis, Tennessee. I so desperately wanted to be a filmmaker. Everybody was telling me I needed to move to Hollywood. And instead, I grabbed a cheap digital video camera that I bought at a pawn shop. And I went out into the streets of Memphis with friends of mine and people that I met. And I made a movie. And that led to my career.
Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A rescue dog named Eeyore from Florida, who helped locate a missing grandma, makes today's Dean's List. A distraught man called the sheriff's office because his wife had not come home. She was out walking their grand dog that belonged to their son. Deputy Devin Mahler arrived on the scene to help with the search. She got a description of the woman and Eeyore and went out to look. All of a sudden, Eeyore showed up and walked toward Devin's patrol car. She asked the dog where her mama was, and Eeyore understood the question. He led her across the yard, past a house, and onto a golf course where the woman was lying on the ground having a medical emergency. Deputy Miller says Eeyore guided her there the whole way, and the elderly woman says the dog wouldn't leave her side and kept coming back, knowing he had to get help. Thankfully, Eeyore's grandma is on the mend, while Eeyore is now a celebrity in the community. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 9th. GOP lawmakers in Georgia unveiled a plan to phase out the state income tax, starting with exemptions on the first $50,000 for individuals and $100,000 for married couples. They propose offsetting lost revenue by cutting tax credits and incentives. The plan sets the stage for the debate as the General Assembly begins its session on Monday. The U.S. Secret Service is leading a nationwide crackdown against credit card and EBT skimming fraud, including operations in Atlanta as part of a wider effort to protect consumers. Agents and partners visited thousands of businesses, removed hundreds of illegal skimming devices from ATMs, gas pumps, and point-of-sale terminals, and inspected nearly 60,000 machines to stop criminals from stealing payment card data. And economic experts say the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta is set to drive record-breaking spending and boost the Atlanta economy this weekend. The estimated $50 million direct impact comes as thousands of visitors fill hotels, restaurants, and shops. Today's weather, scattered showers with a high of 70 degrees. We'll have heavier rain over the weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
I hope you have a number 2 Ticonderoga, or I hope you have a mechanical pencil, because you're going to need to take some notes. You're going to need a little scratch paper, or maybe do it on your phone. Maybe you're all super digital, because we're doing story time.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, America. Thank you, Indiana Jones. And thank you to good, strong Stephanie, who also pointed out that the documentary Stargate will explain all the stuff to you that you need to know about the Egyptian pyramids.
Ain't getting nothing by her.
Appreciate that.
Her handle's at Know It All Mom for a reason.
I'm just glad she's now caught on to the whole idea of when we refer to things as a documentary. Like Terminator 2 or Harry and the Hendersons.
That's right.
I saw the Harry and the Hendersons, that documentary. I know about that Sasquatch.
That's right.
See how that works on your friends. I saw this documentary the other day.
Called Terminator 2.
It's called Terminator 2.
This dude.
AI is dangerous.
Yes. What do you think? Have you seen it?
So I wanted to bring this up because last night, I don't get into, I would say, discussions. Because an argument means you have a point. That doesn't happen a lot. So I get into discussions on X very rarely, but when I do, oftentimes it's because I'm explaining what you should be thinking. It's not a discussion. It's not an argument. It's like, I know what I think. I'm just explaining why you're wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
And so last night, when you had the fervor of those leftist beings that were all upset about the shooting that had gone on in Minnesota, and I decided, well, let me deep dive into this stuff. Because I think we all know when something seems justifiable or not. But legally, what is justifiable?
Yeah, because those don't always match.
If you brandish a weapon at a police officer and he shoots you, we would all say, okay, yeah, that's clearly what it is. But how did we get to the level of what is justifiable and what is not? Because we've all heard the term, well, it's a justifiable shoot. How exactly did we get there? Well, I want to take you back to 1974, where you had a young man named Edward Garner. Now, Edward Garner was, lack of a better term, wayward soul, 15 years old, and he decided he was going to burglarize a house.
At 15.
He's going to steal, but ended up finding about $20 in a woman's purse. Well, the Memphis police were called, and when they showed up, went to the back area of the house, and Edward Garner, 15 years old, started running from them. Now, the Memphis police recognized he's not armed. He's running away from here. Well, at the time, the state of Tennessee actually had basically laws on the books. The Memphis police had their own protocol, which was if someone is attempting to flee from you, you can shoot them. Now, that's what happened to Edward Garner. In fact, the police officer drilled him in the head and killed him. 15-year-old. Well, his father then decided, I'm going to try and sue over this. I'm going to try and get some sort of justice over this. Now, what basically played out was that at the local court level, no success. It had to go through circuit court level, and eventually his case went on to the Supreme Court. Now, it wasn't a situation where the Garners were being compensated for this. This is more of just like we have to establish where lethal force is used. And what the Supreme Court found is that in the case of Tennessee versus Garner, Garner's constitutional rights under the Fourth Amendment were violated. And what the Supreme Court established, which is now precedent, is that when it comes to the use of deadly force, it's not just a matter of probable cause. Hey, I think this person committed a felony. Well, it might be a misdemeanor. Well, I don't really want to shoot somebody over a misdemeanor. What has been established is this. If you believe the suspect, not somebody, you don't know who they are, you haven't decided their guilt or innocence, but they are suspected of doing something. If that suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officers or others, that is when it's justifiable to, in this case, violate Fourth Amendment rights. In that case, constitutionally, you are allowed to be judge and jury at that moment.
So let's say you tried to run over a federal agent with your car. Seems like that would fall under justifiable.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Tug, as we continue story time right here on the Morning Extra with myself and Tug. There's a man named Keith Billiot. Now, you're like, okay, what's the big deal about Keith Billiot? Right, who's the big deal? Well, Keith Billiot, he was a DEA agent. And in 2021, this man, as part of a task force, was following a suspected drug dealer. Now, that man was Gus Tuises, and he was suspected of dealing drugs. In fact, the DEA was tracking this guy. They didn't know if he was dealing drugs, but it looked like drug activity. And by the time the DEA moved in on him, Gus decided, I'm taking off in my car. I'm running. And he was driving erratically all through traffic, right? And so this ends up where he ends up stuck in an intersection. And Keith Billiot, in his car, dismounts from the vehicle, takes his long rifle, and starts approaching that vehicle. Now, it depends on the account. He insists that this particular suspected drug dealer put his car in reverse and tried to back up into him. Some people that were part of the scene who weren't sure said he might have been trying to drive and get into another lane and evade. Either way, Keith Billiot fired a single shot. The shot actually hit the steering wheel and ricocheted into Gus Tilliot and killed him. Now, the DEA looked into it and said, clean shoot. That's what it was. Here's what was going on. But Gus Tuises' family ended up suing, and they went through the civil court process. This went all the way to the 7th Circuit Court. And what did they find? What they found was this. At the moment of the shooting, if it's reasonable that the officer's safety is in jeopardy, he can shoot.
If you're trying to back up, doesn't matter if you're trying to get in a different lane or you're trying to hit the guy.
If at any point
he feels like
his safety is being threatened, he can legally put a bullet in you. And so it's even noted with the court case. And by the way, this court case ended up being decided in 2020, relatively recent, where whether the person was fleeing, in this case, suspected drug dealer, might have been fleeing the scene or might have been backing his car up into a DEA agent. Either way.
And how would you know?
He is able to drill you with a gunshot. And that particular shooter has civil immunity, doesn't have to worry about being sued at all. And so laying this all out for the left last night was such a fun time. Because everything it was, she's this woman in Minnesota, she's trying to drive around him. Did he feel threatened?
Yes.
Because the latitude that is given to law enforcement, then this is why. This is like swimming in the ocean with sharks. You can't do anything to the sharks. The sharks can do stuff to you. The minute you put yourself in the scenario, understand that the law enforcement official has far more latitude to do damage to you than your rights existing. If you happen to just scare this person, they can shoot you. If you happen to make them feel a little bit uncomfortable, like, oh, I don't know, you're trying to drive around them, but they think you might be trying to escape, they can shoot you. If you happen to have them feel like you're putting perhaps one of their partners in danger or another citizen in danger, they can shoot you. It's all legal. It's all been decided through the court system. So what is it that I said? The only way that my parachute won't open when I jump out of a plane
is if you don't jump out of a plane.
Is if I don't jump out of a plane, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about hitting the rocks if I don't bungee cord jump.
Yep.
Don't put yourself in the scenario. You don't have to worry about being shot by law enforcement. When will the left understand this? They don't, because they're mentally ill in these regards.
The driver is. The people at the top, the Tim Walls, they understand it. They know it. They're using it for political gain. And they'll continue to put fuel on the fire, Los, because it benefits them. The chaos benefits them. That's why they won't change. The street criminal, the street communist, they've been brainwashed to the point where they believe they're righteous in driving a car into a federal agent. They believe it. That woman died, believes she was doing the right thing.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about it. She's been brainwashed to the point where she believes driving a car into a federal agent is okay.
She bought all of the propaganda.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Everything that she had consumed, I have to guess, ended up being the construct she built in her own mind that this was not only reasonable, it was justified. And at no point did she know the law well enough to think, if I merely threaten any of the safety of these people, I can get shot and killed.
I wonder how many times something like this has nearly happened up until this point, and finally it did.
Again, Tug can get out of his car, walk over to a police officer in the battery, and slap him in the face. And Tug's probably not going to be shot. Now he's going to be detained. It might be roughly detained, but that's what's going to happen.
Rightfully so.
If Tug slaps a police officer in the face, then gets in his car and tries to advance on that officer, he's getting shot.
Without a doubt.
Because now you've introduced a vehicle as a weapon.
Which is exactly what happened. Story time with Front Office Los. If you missed any of it, you can go back and listen to it on the Xtra 1063 app. If you didn't take the notes that you needed to, you can go back and get them on the Xtra 1063 app. It's almost like an assignment. You know, at school, you missed the notes, go back and get them. You can get them. They're available for you. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. A Blue City mayor asked if she'd be on the lookout for fraud. She gave a pretty direct answer that you must hear because you must know the mindset. Next on Xtra 1063.
Xtra 1063 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 9th. One spot in the College Football National Championship has now been decided as Miami will face the winner of Oregon and Indiana as they beat Ole Miss last night in Arizona, 31-27. Miami scored in the final minute to punch their ticket to the championship game. As for that Oregon and Indiana game, they match up here in Atlanta at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tonight. That kickoff is set for 7:30. From the NFL, the wild card round of the NFL playoffs are set for this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. It all kicks off tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 from Charlotte as the Carolina Panthers host the LA Rams. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Christmas is over, so why not get what you really wanted? Jaron Solomon here, and now is the time to treat yourself to the perfect piece at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, because you deserve it. Or maybe your New Year's resolution is to make someone else's dream come true with the perfect engagement ring. Or Valentine's Day with a gift that says it all. No matter what you are shopping for, we have 3 Atlanta locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, and endless ways to celebrate you and the ones you love. Don't forget to head to the website at SolomonBrothers.com to check out the clearance page to get the absolute best deals on the styles we simply bought too much of for 2025. And with our low price guarantee and flexible financing, luxury has never been more accessible. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, helping Atlanta say I do since 1982.
What is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1 or honestcarguy.com.
It's January 9th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. It's a day meant to honor the public service of all the men and women across the country in such a dangerous and underappreciated profession. Also on this date, in 1493, Italian explorer Christopher Columbus made one of his first discoveries as he saw 3 mermaids, which he described as not as half as beautiful as they're painted, while sailing near the Dominican Republic. In reality, they were 3 manatees. Baseball officially bans Pete Rose from being elected to the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, for betting on the game in 1991. If it's your birthday today, you share it with rocker David Johansen of the legendary punk band group The New York Dolls, but you may know him better by his alter ego, Buster Poindexter, born in 1950, and the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, born in 1982. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
After historic action in Venezuela, the president will have a lot to balance going forward.
The United States conducted an extraordinary military operation to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
From Atlanta to D.C., extra staff of conservative voices will have the latest updates and the news that matters to you without the mainstream spin. This is your only home for conservative news and talk in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and stream us anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app.
Let's say you were the mayor of your city. And with all the crazy fraud that's being discovered from coast to coast, and somebody asks you, hey, you know, are you going to take a look at the potential fraud in your city? You know, you're the mayor. The correct response would be, yeah, I'm always look out for the taxpayers, making sure their money isn't fraudulently squandered. That's the logical answer.
That would be the lie that I would tell if I found that I was in maybe a purple area. I would just tell everybody, yeah, no, we're going to look into this. This is a serious matter about taking care of the taxpayer. When you're in the Pacific Northwest, when you're in portions of whether it's Seattle or Portland,
goodness,
it's different.
Democrats, they don't believe that. Just like Los is saying. The mayor of Seattle had this response when asked that question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fear in the Somali community is real. The fear in immigrant communities are real, so we're taking that very seriously.
Along those lines, have you asked anyone to follow up on the fraud claims either to the Department of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs or SPD?
No. Not even.
Of course not. Why would we do such things?
Not even pretend. No, not even lie. No. She proudly said no. She can't wait to tell you she doesn't give a damn. She can't wait to tell you that she's going to put her thumb in your eye. We're $37 trillion in debt, maybe more now, because Democrats financing their campaigns and buying fraudulent voters. That's why we're in debt.
So let's go back to what the polling has been since last January. We're now a full calendar year into this, where polling nationwide, all people, independents, Republicans, Democrats, you had anywhere from 65 to 72% of Americans that believe that if you committed a crime in this country while you were here legally, you're out. You had 56% of Americans that believe you should be out regardless, no matter what. All right, those numbers haven't changed. With that being said, I wonder if we're going to get an enhancement of these numbers because the game has now been revealed. The Democrats have aligned themselves with people that are here illegally to pilfer the welfare system and to send that money back to them. That's what we've now seen. That's what's been revealed in Minnesota. We'll see what it does to Keith Ellison, their attorney general. Obviously, Tim Walz is not going to seek to be governor again, and maybe he might end up in handcuffs. But this is the game. And so I think this is what's going to now be played out around the rest of the country, where everyday Americans are going to have the reality that the Democrats align themselves, not with a trans movement, not with some sort of victimhood situation. They align themselves with people that could steal your money to send it back to them.
Filthy. It's so gross and filthy. But the problem is something we talked about earlier in the hour, is that Democrat voters, at least some of them, a portion of them, maybe even the biggest portion of them, they live in a false reality. They're not going to hear that. They're going to say, no, you're just picking on the Somali community. No, you're just a racist. You're, you know all the things that they say. I hope there's a portion of them that get red-pilled. I hope there's a portion of them that see the light, that see the truth, but I don't know that I expect them to.
You would have to adhere to, and you have to, in order to be in the modern Democrat Party, you have to view yourself as a victim.
Yeah.
In order to be part of it. We talked about it yesterday. That's how it goes. And so if you happen to, with that victimhood status, also have your money being stolen, what you are working for to provide for your family, and it's showing up in other places around the world and into Democrats' pocketbooks, are you the kind of, I don't want to give, not going to say the term, but there's a term for like when you're one of those people that watches your wife have sex with other men.
Oh. Oh, my God.
You have to be that kind of victim. You have to be that kind of comfort with being violated, having your manhood violated. All right.
I'm not sure where to
Listen,
go
you
with
can
that.
hear it from 3 to 6. All right. I work when kids are going to school.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that you have to buy into a mentality to be part of this. And if you are comfortable with your money being stolen in the interest of your own party, then you're one of those people.
Just take a chin check to the jaw at 650. Good heavens. I didn't see that one coming. I didn't.
You noticed the pause.
Yes, exactly. I knew something serious was coming.
We've got some car line going on right here.
Goodness gracious, dude. Lord. But
the internet edition, I'll say the word.
Yeah, that's right. Which I don't even know what the word is, and I'm glad I don't know what the word is.
I'm going to Urban Dictionary this thing for you.
Yeah, no. I don't want to say. There's some things I'd rather remain ignorant about.
No.
I don't want to know about anything
because the next time you read it or hear it, you'll go, oh.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Oh, yuck. The other thing is, my sweet Aunt Peg, she's not a victim. Not a victim of anything. And she still is dedicated to the Democrat Party. I don't know if she believes herself to be an oppressor. I mean, it has to be something like that. Because she just can't see the light. She can't see the truth through the fog. Maybe it's because she doesn't turn off mainstream media and they've told her and preached to her for 60 years what to think.
But I'm not disappointed in her. I'm not disappointed.
Hell, I am.
I know you are. You have that. I look at it when we saw what we saw on the street. For instance, when it was Laura Ingraham who's interviewing people, and they're basically white liberal cat ladies, and they're in these organizations, and they're paid to go protest and be there. In the same way that your Aunt Peg falls for all this stuff. It's made for them. What I really wonder about is who got to that young man and made him lesser of a man, and he bought into all this ideology. Like, how did you choose a party that hates you?
Yeah.
As a man. That takes everything that is manhood and tells you it's wrong, and you say, yes, it's wrong.
Yes, yeah, I'm terrible because of my, Don't
say the word.
I won't.
But can you read the definition there? Can you see that?
I'm gonna have to scoot over this a little bit.
Okay, what does it say as a definition?
I don't want to even read that. No, I'm not even reading that out loud.
It says a man who lets his wife or girlfriend have sex with other men. Often the man lets her do whatever she wants and treats him like S. That is the Democrat Party when it comes to what they're doing to their own voters, especially men. And yet you have men going, that's okay.
Yeah, sign me up.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Yeah, sign me up. I'm going to get out in the street and protest.
Now, again, I don't fault the cat ladies for falling for this stuff.
No, yeah.
I fault the men who fall for this stuff.
But isn't it that way, and hasn't it been that way since the Garden of Eden? When the dude didn't do the right thing? He didn't do the right thing from the get-go.
Should have laid it down.
Dude, you have one rule, don't do this. And he allowed that to happen.
It's fun to do bad things. That's right.
But no, it's anytime in society where things are eroding, it's because men are allowing it to happen.
Yes.
Men are the ones at fault.
We are reaching a point. And I think I could hear the frustrations listening to Kimmer and Pete yesterday about almost this feeling of, well, there's no way to fix this portion of stuff. And I'm with you. What I believe is happening is we're reaching a scenario where I can't possibly bring you over to my side. All I can do is defeat you and beat you and take all your money and your power legally. You know what? If you don't want to, if you're a Democrat and you don't want to start adhering to helping everyday Americans, your constituents, the people that are putting you into office, well, then we'll vote you out. You'll have to figure out a new party because we're going, and we should, get after all the illegal activity that is allowing you to cheat in elections, that is allowing you to count the votes of illegals.
Every bit of it.
Everything that is actually giving you any sort of power that allows you to go against American interests, we need to erode.
That's right. And we have the
voter ID laws included.
Yes,
let's do this.
Let's start with that. Let's begin there. And let's not let up. Let's push the gas. Let's make sure that is done. Because they've abandoned the working class. They've completely abandoned the working class. Are there still working class voters that are Democrat? Yes. But that number is coming down significantly. You're hearing.
Well, if you're a C word.
Yeah. Yes, if you're one of those. Oh.
Can you imagine going to work every day going, so they steal my money, and then they go and give it to these people that aren't supposed to be here, and I think it's great.
I think it's great. Let's go have beers.
Workers of the world unite.
Yeah, with their fists up there. Oh, yuck. But that number is eroding, the working class that they've always relied on, and is coming over to Donald Trump. You're seeing unions, workers' unions saying, no, we don't want any part of this. They've completely abandoned us. And I don't know that they think Donald Trump is the perfect guy for them or the Republican Party is perfect for them, but they realize that at least they care about the working class, where the Democrat Party has abandoned them altogether and are relying on people that they import, as you laid out, to vote for them.
Think about the difference in ideology. Your side wants to make sure that you have a hand, not only in my pocket, but in my everyday life, raising my kids. You're the one who's going to determine. Remember, you're the good person. I'm the good person with the moral superiority. My ideology is I want to create an environment that's good for everybody and leave you alone in it.
Who can disagree with that?
And I would like to be left alone as well and just see where we end up.
Who could disagree with that?
Those people that have bought into another side of ideology.
Right, crazy people. But for the most part, it seems regular, everyday people, everybody can agree with that. Give me somebody outside of crazies that wouldn't agree with that. Everybody would.
By the way, we always enjoy your interactions. Thank you, Stephanie, who also points out, why don't men, for the most part, fall for it? The ones who do are weak and unmasculine.
And everything starts with men being weak and unmasculine when things go poorly.
That's how you get the scenarios you do.
Every time. When we continue, J.D. Vance is going to be a real problem for the left. We'll explain how next on Extra.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our Extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the Extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. New Nordic is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A rescued dog named Eeyore from Florida, who helped locate a missing grandma, makes today's Dean's List. A distraught man called the sheriff's office because his wife had not come home. She was out walking their grand dog that belonged to their son. Deputy Devin Mahler arrived on the scene to help with the search. She got a description of the woman and Eeyore and went out to look. All of a sudden, Eeyore showed up and walked toward Devin's patrol car. She asked the dog where her mama was, and Eeyore understood the question. He led her across the yard, past a house, and onto a golf course where the woman was lying on the ground having a medical emergency. Deputy Miller says Eeyore guided her there the whole way, and the elderly woman says the dog wouldn't leave her side and kept coming back, knowing he had to get help. Thankfully, Eeyore's grandma is on the mend, while Eeyore is now a celebrity in the community. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Fox Facts.
Winter has a way of making a city feel different, and sometimes it's not what you see, it's what you hear. On very cold days, cities can actually sound louder. That's because cold air is denser, which helps sound waves bend downward instead of drifting away. Traffic noise, trains, even distant voices can carry farther than usual, making everything feel sharper and closer. But then snow falls and the soundtrack changes. Fresh snow acts like a giant sound absorber. All those tiny air pockets between snowflakes trap sound waves, especially higher-pitched noise. That's why after a snowfall, traffic feels muted, footsteps soften, and the city suddenly seems calm. So winter pulls off a strange acoustic trick. Cold air makes sound travel farther, while snow makes it fade away. Same streets, same city, completely different soundtrack depending on the weather. Matt Murphy, Fox News.
The Kimmer Show is live on your ride home on WFOM and W292EV Marietta on Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 1063.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3. Worldwide on the Xtra app.
Might want to turn that mic on, Chief.
I was so fired up, I didn't even turn on the mic.
I was going, why am I hearing him so loud and clear?
Yeah.
Thought some wires had come loose in there again.
I thought so too. I was like, is something broken? I started looking around. I was like, well, I don't know.
There's a key ingredient to what we do, and that is turn on your microphone.
I would like to tell the audience that, well, I believe Tug's world's been shaken a little bit, so if he acts a little bit shaken, that's fine. But we've got some cool news for the 8 o'clock hour.
We do, yeah. Phil Holloway from the Megyn Kelly True Crime Podcast and the Megyn Kelly Network, lawyer here in town. Great guy, friend of the show, will join us at 8:30.
And much of what, if you got a chance to hear story time yesterday, brought it back in the 6 o'clock hour, cited a lot of these cases around the country where we've had the situation, what has been established in the courts of a justifiable shoot. And Phil did such a great job with Megyn Kelly yesterday. Also, with Ashley Merchant, who was part of that discussion. And it all surrounded so many of the court cases that we've discussed where now you have clear guidelines as to what is permitted, what is excessive. And at no point of what we had that went on in Minneapolis because of shooter's discretion would you consider that to be an excessive use of force.
Absolutely not. And then on top of that,
based on what the law is.
And the part of their discussion was that you have to take into account what the officer had experienced in his career. You have to take into that. That is all taken into account when it comes to the legal lens of this. And that officer, as we discussed yesterday, about 6 months ago, was drug about 100 yards during an ICE operation by a car. So would he feel that his life is threatened if a car is coming toward him? And sure, the tires are spinning because there was ice, but the intent was, I'm getting out of here.
And what's important, there is also civil protections against officers that are involved in these shootings that we've now established as recently as 2023 by the Seventh Circuit Court. What you can do, what you can't do in terms of can you actually sue the state, sue an individual person. And if they're involved in a legal shoot, they have immunity.
Yes. There are lawyers saying that they do expect civil cases against the ICE officer and a criminal case. Phil, I think as we talk to him at 8:30, will say, yeah, certainly they can bring those, but they won't make it very far.
I don't believe so.
In their estimation.
Not with the legal precedent. So we'll get a chance to have someone who, when we talk about going to get those experts, yeah, Tug and I know some stuff. But we also have our experts. And so Phil's great at this stuff.
Sure. Dude, he's top of the line. He's great. And I love the fact that he is a conservative. Like, he don't hide it. He's like, this is the way I believe. I'm not going to dance around. I'm not going to jump around. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. Another guy that does that, so we'll talk to Phil at 8:30, so keep it here on Xtra. It'll be a treat. Another guy that says it like it is and is going to be a major problem. The Democrat Party is going to hate. You think they hate Donald Trump.
You think Trump is bad.
Think they hate Donald Trump. Just wait.
Wait until you have someone who is actually very conservative. That's J.D. Vance. We talk about how the Democrats, they can hate Donald Trump all they want, and they will. It's always going to be how it is. And no matter who it is as an American president, if they're a Republican, it's always the same thing. They're a cowboy. They're an idiot. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. That goes all the way back to Reagan, is when really that kickoff of no matter what, call him an idiot, call him a cowboy, say he doesn't know what he's doing. That's how it's always going to be. It's going to be very difficult to sell that with J.D. Vance, because in the era of how articulate are you, can you make the 90-second clip that goes on social media? Because nobody sits through a 5-minute interview anymore. We do, but I know that's rare. And we would never get a chance to sit down and be like, here, we're going to play 5 minutes of audio for you. It's like, no, we have to interject. Everything is now in clips and sound bites. J.D. Vance is made for that. I want you to listen. This was him scolding the media yesterday as he's pointing out, you continue to try and take a story of what happened in Minneapolis, which is an officer had someone who attempted to run that person over. This was done for social media clout. We talked about earlier in the show.
Somebody got out of the car to go film
this, to film a confrontation. That person who was in the car who was shot, she had been holding up traffic for 3 minutes. This wasn't like just split seconds. They went to remove her from the car or tell her to get out of the area. And when she advanced on the officer, she was shot. This is how J.D. Vance handled the media yesterday.
Vice President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. I'm sorry, guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
Dude, that is so good.
I said next question.
That is so good.
Dude, that's great at the end, too. I said next question. We're done with this.
Next question.
We're done with this.
I love that. And that's why J.D. Vance is going to be such a problem for these people. Yeah, we've talked about it in the past. They can't get him on the racism thing. They can't get him on the born with a silver spoon.
Right, but tried.
They'll try. Sonny Hostin's tried before. Sonny, his wife is of Indian descent. His kids are actually of mixed heritage. Okay, that was a problem suddenly for them. Like, well, dang it.
How quickly did that change? Nobody said another word.
You were always able to do this with Trump. You're able to do this with the Bushes. You're able to say, well, look, these are royalty people within this country. J.D. Vance.
He was raised by his grandmother because his mother was an addict. Thankfully, she's cleaned up. That's great. Been sober 10 years.
He's as trailer park as it gets.
Which I can relate to.
Yeah. So what exactly is going to be your typical angle? And he's good on camera? And he's good like that when it comes to the media. There are no faults in this game. This is going to be fun. And we are, very simply, we're 1 year away from this thing getting ramped up.
Yeah, that's right.
We're
Absolutely.
1 year away from getting this ramped up.
There's that bit of me, Los, that can't believe there's anybody that would vote in the midterms. And I said this earlier. I said that yesterday. I just think it's worth saying again. Who is it? Who is it? Who in the world is it that would say, I don't like all the growth that we're having in the economy. I don't like what Donald Trump is doing for me personally as an American citizen. I can't imagine that there's one Republican, one conservative, one independent that would sit at home. I feel like that needs to be the message. Who's deciding they're not going to vote for Trump in the midterms and then ultimately J.D. Vance?
So we talked about 4% growth is the prognostication from the Atlanta Fed. Well, that was last month. We might be getting closer to 5% growth within GDP. And you can go back and just look at our history. Let's throw out the COVID months because that's
the anomaly.
That was silly.
Yeah.
That was you shut down your economy and then here's your economy roaring back, into very much a V-shaped recovery. But if you just look at history, we haven't seen 5% growth as a regular for a year for a long time. So if we're getting there, I think that coupled with what I believe is going to be a Trump rally system where it's going to be like, it's time to get out.
Second quarter.
It's time to get out. This is how we're going to vote. I think that ends up being where the only thing the left has is these sort of disparaging stories to make you do what you were probably doing back in 2016, 2017, 2018, when you were scared to be out there telling people, yeah, I voted for Trump.
Yeah. You're hiding it.
You were hiding it.
You didn't wear it.
Nobody's hiding that anymore.
No, I agree with you. And all this stuff with ICE and protecting Somalis in Minnesota from that have squandered, upwards of $18 billion.
By the way, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Did you see the clip from the Sean Ryan podcast?
I don't think so.
So Nick Shirley, he's going to be the guest there. And he was talking about the billions of dollars that has disappeared in homeless funds in California. And Sean's like, you said million, right? He's like, no. I said billion. That there's a reason why every single time we've gone to that, we have to point out.
Enunciate.
Billion.
Billion with a B. It's absolutely nuts. It really is. And there's who can rally against that? Who could say that's what we want to do? We want to protect that. We want to stick with that. We want to go with that.
It's a fine plan, sir. Continue on.
Yeah, there's no way.
Well, Scott Bessent made the point. He's like, I think 10% of our government spending is fraudulent. That was his guess as of yesterday.
And I bet it's more.
The Treasury Secretary, he's like 10%.
I bet he's being conservative. I really do believe he's being conservative. And we're going to have to show people, look at what is happening. The things that are happening in the protests, all the crazy stuff that's happening, that's not going to work in the Democrats' favor, certainly with Republicans and conservatives.
This is not 2020.
You're right. But with independents, do you think independents are looking at what's happening in Minneapolis and going, yeah, we need more of this happening on the streets of America. This is going to help us. This is going to make us better.
This is where X is that game changer. Because we actually had a narrative coming out of pure insanity during 2020 that by the time we got to the summer of 2020, you end up having the George Floyd incident. You get a single look from a single camera. And then even if, as you got the data, that he died of a drug overdose, well, that wasn't going to fit the narrative. And between that and NGO money, now it looks like the whole country's tearing itself apart. So suddenly, Joe Biden looks like the agent of settling things down. It was never the case. They were the agent of chaos.
People wanted the narrative then, too.
They fooled them. Now, I think especially with a free X where you can see everything and you see how this plays out, I know how our side thinks. I think largely the independents see it as well.
I would like to think so. I can't imagine anybody looking at the chaos.
Like walk down, show more people. Like please do this, MS Now. Show more people walking down streets, cutting off traffic.
There was a video, you may have saw it. It was a man in what I think was New York, strangely enough, and he was just trying to go pick up his daughter.
Yeah, he was trying to head to Brooklyn.
And it was a black man trying to help, and he was like, this is unacceptable. And they were arguing with him. The protesters were arguing with him.
He got out of his car, started physically pushing them, and then yelled at them, I've got to get to Brooklyn. I have to go pick up my daughter. And the only reason I believe this all worked out is because he was a black man and they were white protesters, and they were like, we can't have it look this way.
Yeah, this looks
bad for us. They got out of the way.
But think about what that does to that man as he's going to try to pick up his daughter. When he goes to the voting booth, do you think he's going to reflect, do I want more of that?
Is that what I'm in favor of?
Or do I want somebody that is boosting the economy? Look, maybe he says some things I don't like. We talk about it on the show all the time. We probably agree 85, 90% of the time, but there's 10% that we don't agree on.
There's plenty of times where I've said, I don't like the point he just made.
Absolutely.
And the one good part about this administration, this White House, they quickly pivot when they have a scenario. Again, we had the talking point of, well, we might have to amnesty some of these farm workers. Within 24 hours, there will be no amnesty.
Yeah, none. Because they realized
the blowback was so quick.
People were not in favor of it. They understand we're going to work in the bounds of our elected office to serve the people, what they actually want. And I do believe that man that was headed to Brooklyn, he's going to have a difference of opinion. I don't know how he voted. There's no way for me to know how he voted. But when he goes to the voting booth, I do believe that will be something that he reflects on. And I believe that plenty of people, independents and definitely conservatives and Republicans, are going to say, we're going to vote this way because we can't have more of this. We almost lost the republic, and I don't want people marching in the streets trying to stop ICE from doing what I elected Donald Trump to do.
And I would like to establish something. I was thinking about this yesterday because I've now seen the attacks that come from the left, and they do the, well, you know, we got Ashley Babbitt, and that's probably all you care about. And it was pretty simple for me. Well, she wasn't armed, not like Renee Good was armed with a car. And at the same time, they both were in situations that you probably shouldn't be in, and weird stuff can happen.
Yeah.
I don't look at them as being any different. Now, do I think that shooting an unarmed woman trying to come through a window is a great idea? No. Do I think that having to shoot a person on the street who's interfering with law enforcement is a good idea? No. But I don't look at this as, well, they're the same to me.
Tit for tat.
It's like, you got this one, I got... It's like, no. I look at it as...
What kind of sicko thinks like that?
Because they have bought in that it's all about the politics of it. I told you, I look at every situation and go, give me all the information on it, then let's talk about it. And Ashley Babbitt has become like this rallying cry for what went on during January 6th. But if she wasn't doing what she was doing, she's not getting shot by somebody who's foolish. And I think this is the other factor. And Adam Carolla brought this up yesterday during his podcast. Got a chance to listen to a little bit of that. They look, the other side, the Democrats look at it, the liberals on the street, as those are law enforcement officials. They won't do anything to me because they're the law. Adam Carolla's like, maybe you should start thinking about them as nervous people with guns.
Yeah. That know who you are, what you're about, what you're capable of.
What's the situation? You have somebody, in this case with what happened in Minneapolis, you had federal officers who'd been cut off on the street with a crowd starting to come around them, and they're getting louder and more fervent. You know what the quickest way to end that stuff is? Somebody acts up, you pop them one. Same thing that happened in the Capitol at Ashley Babbitt. Nervous people with guns will sometimes do some stuff where you go, oh, that's simple.
Of course,
that's a simple way of looking at it. And it's, I guess this person thought they were going to score some sort of political points by being like,
that's the reason they got out to film it.
Well, no, I mean, as far as when I was reading some of the stuff on X of a comparison to Ashley Babbitt, I was like, listen, I think you get around nervous people with guns, they do nervous people stuff.
Absolutely. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. And knowing what they face every day, you'd be nervous too.
Yes. Why do you think? You think they cover up their faces because they're ashamed of their work? We have had an explosion of people who have signed up for the U.S. military and who've also signed up for ICE. They're not ashamed of their work. It's a part of having to protect your identity based on how crazy these people like Renee Good are.
And the officer's already been doxxed. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune published who he is. We've seen that happen with other ICE officers where then the crazy leftists go after their wife and children. We've seen it, and it'll probably happen again with this officer.
We are in the era of political assassinations.
That's right.
We are right back into the same stuff we saw during the 1960s. They are well aware of it within that organization. You want to know why you wear a mask? It ain't because of COVID.
No.
They're wearing a mask to hide their identity because of what the left is willing to do to these people.
A crazy young liberal white woman says she quit her job to protest. But there's so much more to the story. So much more. Next on Extra 106.3.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Extra 106.3 app.
It's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Exmark. When it comes to lawn care, the folks at Howard Brothers, They know how to get the job done right. That's why they trust Exmark mowers in their stores, built for precision, reliability, and durability. Hey, the pros know as well. Why do you see so many Exmarks that are working around this fair city of ours? Exmark makes the lawn work easier. You can spend less time working, more time enjoying your yard, or on to the next job. That's the importance when you're a lawn care professional, or if you're just a homeowner. Man, I want to get the job done so I can get right back to enjoying my spring as we get around into lawn season. Stop by Howard Brothers before the season is here. They've got everything Exmark and a team ready to help you find the perfect fit. Gear up for spring with Exmark and Howard Brothers.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
So your New Year's resolution was to slow down on the drinking. Now you're in a jail cell facing a DUI. Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Just a quick reminder here. You know, when people get actually worrying about health insurance, when that starts not during open enrollment, it's when the first premium auto draft hits in January. See the number, check the bank balance, say, wait a minute, what the heck is that? For families like family of 4, especially unsubsidized, 2026 means paying thousands of dollars more than 2025. Deductibles so high, you're afraid to even use the damn thing. They think, oh, great, I'm stuck. Well, the truth is not everybody. Washington's not making it easier. Stephen does. Health insurance doctor, generally healthy and don't rely on subsidies, maybe private underwritten options available year-round if you qualify. Less than marketplace plans. Call Stephen. He's a health insurance doctor. No call centers. It's real. Stephen answers the phone. If your January draft made you say nope, here's the number, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. Before you suffer for a year, healthinsurancedoctor.net. Before you're stuck, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 9th. GOP lawmakers in Georgia unveiled a plan to phase out the state income tax, starting with exemptions on the first $50,000 for individuals and $100,000 for married couples. They propose offsetting lost revenue by cutting tax credits and incentives. The plan sets the stage for the debate as the General Assembly begins its session on Monday. The U.S. Secret Service is leading a nationwide crackdown against credit card and EBT skimming fraud, including operations in Atlanta as part of a wider effort to protect consumers. Agents and partners visited thousands of businesses, removed hundreds of illegal skimming devices from ATMs, gas pumps, and point-of-sale terminals, and inspected nearly 60,000 machines to stop criminals from stealing payment card data. And economic experts say the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta is set to drive record-breaking spending and boost the Atlanta economy this weekend. The estimated $50 million direct impact comes as thousands of visitors fill hotels, restaurants, and shops. Today's weather, scattered showers with a high of 70 degrees. We'll have heavier rain over the weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
I am not going to lie. You surprise me all the time with the amount of gold. By the way, it's Los and Tug and Jure. the Morning Extra will be taking you until 10 o'clock this morning. Phil Holloway to join us in the 8 o'clock hour, 8:30. Get a chance to talk a little bit more legal perspective of what's been going on in Minnesota and Minneapolis. Jure, he's never seen, or at least never in its completion, he's never seen Super Troopers.
What?
From start to finish. Then I was trying to describe to him.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
It is one of the funniest movies that's not like a major comedy where it was like an Adam Sandler film or something like that during the time
Broken
period.
Lizard Studio's great.
And I was telling him, I was like, Broken Lizard as a group.
To me what
Beer Fest is so funny, too.
Thank you. I was telling him, I was like, Beer Fest. I go, have you ever seen Super Troopers? Now, I know we've got a Super Troopers 2, and I'd be like, okay, you don't...
You boys like Mexico?
There's so many little things in there that are so funny. Who wants a mustache ride?
I've seen that clip before.
Okay, so...
I'm going to pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Hey, what's that name of that place you like with all the S on the walls?
just the reaction between the two is something.
Well,
Laura's getting her hair done tomorrow, so that maybe I'll have a window.
Like to apologize about the delousing process. It's powdered sugar.
I am all that is man.
I can't tell you how many times I say that. Like once a month, I'll have that moment where something was difficult. You know, had to pick up the Christmas tree and take it down to the basement, or had to finish off a drink that I wasn't really all that crazy about. Like my wife's like, just take one more drink and just be done with it.
Yeah.
And it's immediately put it down. I am all that is man.
It's so good.
All from Super Troopers.
All Super Troopers. And then by the time you get to Beer Fest, which in and itself is just a very goofy, silly movie if you've had a six-pack.
I love that.
Man, he's got like a good... Your wife's going to get the hair done. He's got like two good ones.
The other one this morning, he's never seen Saving Silverman.
Yeah. Okay.
So we talked about that earlier this morning.
Another movie that I would say... So I wasn't crazy about it when I first saw it, but once you then watch it and you wait for the certain parts is when you realize there's genius there.
Yes. But no, Super Troopers that's just...
Start to finish funny.
Yes.
You ate her.
Last week.
That like, is it Saving Silverman? Yeah, we got rid of her. We ate her. You ate her.
I love it. I'm texting myself.
Now I'm just thinking about Super Troopers, the scene with the bear suit.
There's so many parts to that. You are in for a special treat. If you do Super Troopers and Beer Fest, you'll be happy.
There's a lot of one-liners that you've probably heard people say in casual conversation.
Yes, yeah.
That you might not have got. That's one of those. Oh, that's where that reference comes from.
Reference comes from.
See, I physically was texting myself Super Troopers, Beer Fest, and Saving Silverman, because I know if I write it down, I'll throw it away.
I would say that's the order too.
Okay.
Because Super Troopers from start to finish is funny. Beer Fest requires when we did it, it was when it first came out, we killed off like a 6-pack. Like each person had to have a 6-pack before we started watching it.
That's a requirement.
And it just perfectly played into that film.
And all this got started, with Show Enough and just the fact that both of us have seen what's the name?
Last Dragon.
Last Dragon, yes. And then it went to Pootie Tang, which is, have you ever seen Pootie Tang?
Yes.
They're so good with his magic belt.
Super Troopers 3 coming this summer.
I know.
August 7th, 2026.
Yeah. I did try and get into the second one. It didn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah.
But again, it's a classic.
Yeah.
It's an
It'll be
awesome.
fun.
Yeah, it's still fun. It's still fun.
So I made myself some notes there. So I got something to do during.
You got Super Troopers. You haven't ever. Man, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, dude, it's like I said the same thing the other day on my little country show. I was talking about how, and it's something that you said that triggered me on this is that my son, when he comes home with a new old country song that he loves, I'm like, dude, you've got so much that you have never listened to that is going to blow you away. And because you've said that same thing about movies.
Sure. Breaking Bad is a series. The fact that you haven't gone all the way through it, you have great television, by the way. Thank you to Jeff Clark, who pointed out over on X. My wife always says, I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over any further.
Okay.
Pull over. I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over any further.
I love it.
Awesome.
Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
For checking in.
All right, meow.
See, I do know this. We've talked about this before. Working in the meows. Yes.
That's where it comes from.
Okay, yeah. All right. See, I didn't know that.
See, now you're gonna know every portion of this movie,
and then it'll be that much funnier.
It's almost like a sketch show that's built into a loose plot. I don't even know what the plot was, but there's just a bunch of funny sketches in there, just funny people doing funny things.
There's drug activity that is occurring in their area, and they have to solve the mystery. But yes, It's an accumulation of just one funny scene after another.
Which is exactly what I'm looking for, especially after the week we've had. Just give me anything to laugh about.
Give me a cola.
I need to laugh right meow.
Right meow.
Are you saying meow?
So great.
It's only 9. Meow.
Hey, what, is that Jim Gaffigan?
I think it is Jim Gaffigan. I'm looking at it right now. It's a very young, thin Jim Gaffigan.
Young and thin, because he's not any longer.
It was before he got to the Hot Pockets.
Yes, right. And who doesn't love Hot Pockets? I mean, really.
Yeah, it is young Jim Gaffigan who gets pulled over. Remember, Super Troopers 2001, so we're talking 24 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's what he looks like when he's having a discussion with the officer.
So
he's
great.
like, what?
Almost unrecognizable.
Yeah.
From what he looks like today. Gosh, man. I love it. This is the thing that I love about doing the show with y'all is because we even days that the topics are so heavy and weeks that the topics are so heavy, we have
hurry up, meow.
we even have listeners that'll jump in and talk about it just like Jeff did, and we appreciate that more than you'll ever know.
That's right. Like you listening right meow.
You can find us at Tug Coward, at Front Office Loves, at Whiskey Click, and then at Extra 1063. So good. So good. 404-741-1230 if you'd like to laugh along with us, too. You can jump into the conversation and get a giggle. This may make you laugh like it did me because I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. The dumbest things that I'd ever seen, but the funniest things I'd ever seen, too. This woman, she said she quit her job so she could go protest. But there's so many layers to this typical young white liberal woman.
Can you describe, like she's got on like a sweater?
Yeah.
And I can't tell. Is it multiple buttons, like protest buttons?
I think so,
or?
yeah. Just almost like you would, you see on a leather jacket typically, this is a sweater. And she's got the uniform, though, Los, tucked underneath her chin.
She does have her paper mask.
Yes, that's right.
That's ready at all times.
Got her headphones on, got her little boggin. She's got some sort of protest sign. But listen, it gets crazier. If you think quitting your job just to go protest is crazy, wait till they start peeling back the layers of the liberal white lady onion.
I quit my job for this, and I've been having flare-ups and stuff, so it's like I can barely, and I have panic attack.
You said when you heard the sirens, you immediately ran out. Where were you?
I was about 15 minutes away.
And what were you doing?
I was disassociating on my bed. I mean, I might as well put my time to something useful. If you've seen the video, everything, it was not self-defense by that terrorist. It was not.
How did your boss respond when you quit?
It was like a part-time. I'm getting back after a lot happened recently in my life, so sometimes disability takes my life over, and I'm still kind of in shock.
Dude, how many layers is that? How many things did she talk about? The job, so many things have happened. I was disassociating on the bed. When I heard this happen, I ran down here because I didn't have anything else to do.
I think as men, we have a list that's in our head of things that a woman can say, and you slowly go, all right, I'm going to start you at level 10. As long as you don't get below like level 6 or level 5, we're not talking about looks, we're talking about alarms.
Yeah. Red flags.
I still would consider maybe taking you out, maybe having a discussion. That woman would have gotten us down to a 3 in 30 seconds. Right? I'd been like, no. In fact, the only thing she didn't say is, I have a son.
Or I'm a cat.
I'm a single mom.
I have a cat. You know she's got cats. That woman has cats. There's no doubt, dude. There's no doubt.
What were you doing at home on your bed during that time period? Disassociating?
And petting all my cats.
All right. 10, we just went to 7.
Yeah. Dude.
What kind of job? It's part-time, but I deal with disability. All right, now we're at like 5.
Just has nothing going on.
Left my job. 3.
This is the type of person that is showing up, though.
Broken.
Broken. You want to know who's showing up at these protests that will use their car as a weapon, that will be radicalized at her son's, not this woman, but the woman that actually tried to run over the officer, Mrs. Good. She was radicalized at her son's school. These are the type people, these broken people that are looking for some sort of meaning because she has none.
I'm going to use this term, but I want to try and do this correctly because we talk about from the polling and the information, a large amount of mental illness on the left.
Oh, dude, she's a walking billboard for mental illness.
Now, I'm not trying to say, hey, you have ADHD, you deal with a mental illness, but
she's got all that.
You might, if we're just going to call it what it is, I'm saying, like, let's take the stigma away from the word. If you happen to take mood enhancers, mood changers, it's because you're dealing with some sort of issue. That is wild how an overwhelming amount of these people are on this sorts of medications or have these sorts of problems to the point where they then show up to these things in order to feel validated.
And in some cases get violent.
Yes.
Because, I mean, that's the mixtures, the witch's brew.
And so the Democrat Party has isolated these people to the point where they can get them to even quit their jobs and show up. Or drop your kid off at school.
And show up.
And go terrorize ICE agents and then eventually try to run one over.
What do we think she's doing the rest of the day? After all the chaos, and because she's looking for something.
She's disassociating.
She'll go back to her bed and disassociate and sit around and be crazy. It's nuts. I can't fathom the type of person that goes out to be a part of this. I can't. I can't think that I know anyone because I've never been around anybody that's that crazy for more than about 30 seconds. Because, like you said, you start seeing the red flags and you're like, I got to get myself out of here.
I need to read this to you. I saved it in the 6 o'clock hour and I just forgot.
Yeah.
We're just rolling too hard. So this is from Christian Hines. Now, that name doesn't matter to you, but it was a really good point that this person made on X. And it was based off of, there was a news report where one of the people they interviewed in Minneapolis talked about feeling bad, feels wrong for paying the respects they did to Renee Good because she's white. So there's the self-loathing that occurs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's like their rules, hey, didn't she just die for your communist cause? Yes, she did.
Doesn't matter.
But she was white, and according to your rules, you cannot then do this. Well, this is what Christian puts out there. It says, quote, you can literally die in service to the eternal progressive omni cause, and the leftists will still repudiate you because you're white. It's just like the soldier who set himself on fire for Gaza, and then the leftists began tweeting about how their own followers, quote, better not celebrate a white man who wore a uniform. Never before has an ideology demanded total obedience and sacrifice to the point of offering up your own life while simultaneously treating its own adherents as subhuman. We're dealing with a level of psychological derangement that will bewilder future generations for as long as records of this era exist.
You are freaking out, man.
Dude, so dead on. And then to kind of piggyback on that, the people that are, because it was popping up, say her name. And then libs got mad. Hey, you can't say that. She's a white woman. You can't use that. That's reserved for Breonna Taylor.
She died for your cause.
Doesn't matter.
And yet, their self-loathing, it's a wild psychological pretzel that they're involved in. And so there is no discussion with these people. There's no argument. And as I've told you before, I can only do what I'm going to do. I can't make you eat the red pill. You have to find out on your own what has gone on, what has been sold to you. I can only be here to point the way. You're the one who ends up having to decide to walk through that door.
Yeah, you got to take the direction.
It's not gonna come. There's nothing I can say that's gonna make you go, oh, yes, I'm a devout communist, but I was wrong. Something has to happen where you go, oh. And now maybe you start looking into it, and this is what you always hear. The people then start listening to conservative radio or pulling in conservative programming, and they start to recognize, wait a minute, the people that are actually tolerant and share different ideas and have a larger spectrum of views, it's not on the communist side.
No, it's not. Communism doesn't allow views. Communism allows strict adherence to what the party says, and it always benefits the party. Never the individual. The warm collective.
The warm collective of Mom Donnie's rhetoric.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. Please take the red pill. Please find a way. If you're a lib listening right now, because I know there's Some out there.
And just consider it that you're being lied to every single day with this stuff. You actually watched the video, you saw what happened, and are you still thinking about calling that federal officer a terrorist?
Yeah, well, many are.
Ponder that one.
A host on The View wants an organization to invade America and take out Trump. Problem is, they don't have an army. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 9th. One spot in the College Football National Championship has now been decided as Miami will face the winner of Oregon and Indiana as they beat Ole Miss last night in Arizona, 31-27. Miami scored in the final minute to punch their ticket to the championship game. As for that Oregon and Indiana game, they match up here in Atlanta at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tonight. That kickoff is set for 7:30. From the NFL, the wild card round of the NFL playoffs are set for this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. It all kicks off tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 from Charlotte as the Carolina Panthers host the LA Rams. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Georgia Tech baseball is ranked number 2 in the preseason poll by Perfect Game, its highest preseason ranking in more than 20 years. Don't miss a minute of the action. Season tickets are on sale now.
Swing and a high fly ball, crank deep left field. That one is ticketed for the parking lot.
To watch the 2025 ACC regular season champions defend their title at McNeese Baseball Park at Russ Chandler Stadium, purchase your tickets today at ramblinrec.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
Happy New Year, Extra listeners. A new year means new opportunities to secure your retirement goals. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we help you start fresh with holistic retirement planning to create a personalized retirement roadmap designed with you and for you. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. As we all know, the best retirement asset is peace of mind. Make 2026 the year you take control with confidence. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Christmas is over, so why not get what you really wanted? Jaron Solomon here, and now is the time to treat yourself to the perfect piece at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, because you deserve it. Or maybe your New Year's resolution is to make someone else's dream come true with the perfect engagement ring. Or Valentine's Day with a gift that says it all. No matter what you are shopping for, we have 3 Atlanta locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, and endless ways to celebrate you and the ones you love. Don't forget to head to the website at SolomonBrothers.com to check out the clearance page to get the absolute best deals on the styles we simply bought too much of for 2025. And with our low price guarantee and flexible financing, luxury has never been more accessible. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, helping Atlanta say I do since 1982.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1 or honestcarguy.com.
Fox on Film.
I'm Michelle Polino. In theaters,
it's set to build a better world.
Greenland 2, Migration, in the aftermath of a comet strike that decimated most of the Earth. The film follows the Garrity family as they're forced to leave the safety of their bunker in Greenland and traverse a shattered world in search of a new home. Then, in the horror Primate, a group of friends' tropical vacation turns into a terrifying primal tale of horror and survival after a friendly chimpanzee is bitten and turns into a killing machine.
Wake up! Coming through!
And available on Netflix, Soul on Fire, the incredible story of John O'Leary, beginning with his miraculous recovery from a near-death accident at just 9 years old, given no chance of survival. John endures an unbelievable road to recovery with the support of his family, his faith, his community, and the kindness of his all-time idol, Baseball Hall of Fame announcer, Jack Buck. That's Fox on Film on Fox News.
The legend Neil Borg sees only on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Over $1 billion stolen from taxpayers by Minnesota's Somali community. Why wasn't it reported? It's because the Somali community threatened to scream racism if the theft was exposed.
Atlanta Talk radio legends are only on Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Our buddy Phil Holloway going to check in next hour about 8:25, 8:30 to discuss the legal ramifications that he discussed with Megyn Kelly and Ashley Merchant on their MK True Crime podcast. Just smart people. We like to surround ourselves with smart people. I feel like we're pretty smart, but then you have the authority on it to lay it out. And pretty much, from what I've seen that in their discussions, have confirmed everything that's been laid out here.
We can always be on the surface of the issue. We can tell you about here's the information. We can tell you about here's what other legal experts have said. It's really nice when you have somebody in real time who can sit across from you and address exactly what you're bringing up and break it down even further.
It's beautiful. And we'll have that for you about 8:25, 8:30.
Kind of like me when it comes to alien stuff.
Yeah, right. We need the expert. Right, we need somebody that can dig deeper and talk about the Anunnaki and people living in the ocean and things.
Told my wife, so we did our volleyball podcast, our parent podcast, which continues to...
Called Volleyballed.
It's crazy how the thing continues to blow up.
That's correct.
Last night we put it out late. We put it out like 9 o'clock and just the numbers just shot up. We were like, whoa, that was crazy.
Hey now.
But we were talking about technology, about being like the huddle dad, dad who records all the stuff, how you get access to it. So that was like our tech episode. And one of the things I brought up was, listen, I'm fascinated by like ancient cultures. I was like, how exactly did we build those pyramids? And the look on her face, you're accustomed to it.
Yeah.
She's like, he really is crazy.
I love it.
Like he really is like so far out there on the stuff he'll look up.
20 plus years. How does she not already know this?
Because I've gone in cycles. Initially, when we were first dating, when we would go to the pool and it's like summer reading time, she's got out some magazine or she's got out some book about fashion. And I'm reading The Green River Killer.
That's right. Los has an obsession with serial killers.
And I'm reading, Mindhunter.
Yeah.
And she's like, what is wrong with him?
Yeah. He even sent me a podcast about serial killers so I could listen to it too.
And now
it was good.
I've moved on. I haven't been in the serial killer genre for a while. It's now turned more into let's get into things that are very unexplained.
Sure, which everybody's fascinated by.
Like we brought up Shroud of Turin. Yeah. I must have spent like 2 or 3 hours on that at the gym over like a week where I'm like, give me another one.
Dude,
give me another one. I like these.
I'm so fascinated by it. I believe it's probably real. If you're asking my opinion about it.
Is that a tinfoil hat?
Yes, it is. It's right here.
No, the unexplained. How can you explain the Shroud of Turin? And we have not had any amount of modern science that can explain how that thing was created.
Yeah, that's right.
That's pretty cool.
It's amazing. And we know it's older than the hills because they've done carbon dating on it.
They did a portion of it, and
it was a tiny little square.
Well, the problem was that the Shroud of Turin has been rebuilt over the years as far as the edges. And so when they took one of the edges, it dated to like 800 years. Like, see, it couldn't have been during the era of Jesus. Well, there are other areas that are from that era.
Yeah.
So you got to understand, kind of how that ends up working.
How they pieced it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
So good. Shroud of Turin talk. We got that in the 7 o'clock hour.
Check.
Friday. Check. Got it in.
Quickly, the hens at the View, Los, they want an organization without an army, by the way, to come and overthrow the government of the United States because we don't have one, they say.
So if I was to say that I'm having to deal with the cowards down the street, and my way I'm going to do dealing with the cowards down the street, let's say we're having an issue with your lawn care or my lawn and where my fence is, does it make sense for me to then call other members of your family to come deal with that? Like, I'm going to send in the cowards to deal with the cowards.
You're gonna lose.
Yeah, because they're all the same people.
That's right.
All right, that's what Whoopi Goldberg doesn't understand about NATO and NATO forces. All they are, NATO forces, are our forces. Take a listen.
Let me just say this. Here's my question. Where is everybody? Where is everybody else? We come to everybody's aid. Yeah. We help everybody. Yeah. NATO, they came and helped us after 9/11. Where is everybody? Because
You're worried about Greenland right now.
Well,
I'm not on board for Greenland.
Where is the government? Do you realize we don't have a government?
Oh, because we don't have given all their power away.
Yes,
they do nothing.
This is a huge and should be our biggest bitch right now.
It is.
That should be. Because all of this is happening because there is no one doing checks and balances.
There's no system.
Where is the government? Why aren't they doing their job? And let me tell you, I feel like, he hinted yesterday, he says he was joking, but he hinted yesterday that maybe there won't be midterms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, we're in it already. Okay, we're not heading into it. We're in the dome right now. Okay, we're in it. So we really need to be paying attention to who we've given power to. And if the people we've given power to...
All right, what is she even saying?
She's just talking in circles.
It's just talking in circles.
Yeah. She basically said...
There's no definitive point.
She said she wanted NATO to come invade the United States because we don't have a government. NATO is paid for by the United States.
We are NATO.
When Ukraine happened, remember what Germany said that they could supply?
Helmets.
5,000 used helmets. That's what they spend nothing on their military. They've gotten rid of the military all across Europe. Every one of those countries have gotten rid of their militaries. They wouldn't say a word to us because they need us because of Ukraine.
I think what she needs to clarify, and this would make more sense. She's like, we don't have a government. I'm like, no. By design, you don't have any representation in the government that can curtail anything that we want to do right now. In fact, the only time you can curtail it is if you can convince some Republicans to vote with you. That's it. By design, by a vote, by 2024, you don't have the House, the Senate, or the presidency.
You got nothing.
You have nothing. And that was by, again, what do we always talk? Democracy. That was using the process.
Yeah.
It was not. It's a republic. It's a republic, and this is how we voted, and we wanted you out of power.
And because you're so crazy, and you did nothing more than solidify it right there.
Why not just be able to explain it succinctly? We are out of power. We're going to have to wait. We need to start actually finding ways to appeal to normal people, not cat ladies, not the crazy media members, which, oh, by the way, when I tell you sports media members are farther left than even regular media members,
yeah, it's crazy.
You're not seeing that happening. Even Keith Olbermann, who's as big a nut as there is, he's calling for ESPN to fire Stephen A. Smith because Stephen A. Smith was like, they tried to hit the dude with a car.
And the same way with Venezuela. He was like, Biden had a bounty on his head. You're telling me now you don't want him taken out of power?
This is what we decided to do.
Yeah. Hey, dude, whether you agree with Stephen A. Smith on everything or not, at least he uses common sense. At least he will discuss things with you.
The left right now, especially the sports media left, is trying to have like these come to Jesus meetings. Like, we need to sit down and talk about what's happening in this country. We already did, baby. It was called 2024.
That's right.
You don't get to make the calls.
J.D. Vance is like Tom Petty. He won't back down. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
So you've heard a lot in the news about Donald Trump and Greenland. Oh, Donald Trump is going to try to take Greenland. with troops. He's going to steal it from Denmark. Have you seen any media member outlet try to give you an honest appraisal of just what is going on there? Why is Greenland important to the United States? So I'll give you some of the reasons. You make up your own mind if Trump is wrong for coveting, if you will, Greenland. Just give you a couple of points to chew on, and there's many more. The U.S. control would strengthen early warning and missile defense systems already operating at the Pitofik Air Force Base in Greenland. Also, Greenland is right there underneath key Arctic air and sea routes between North America and Europe. Controlling or possessing Greenland would make the United States the dominant Western power in the Arctic, rather than a secondary stakeholder. Who do you want to be the dominant Western power? Question, who do we rely on right now for critical rare earth elements? Answer, China. Well, Greenland has significant deposits of rare earth elements, uranium, for instance. New shipping routes are being opened in the Arctic. Whoever controls Greenland would have a lot of control over those new important shipping routes. And the availability of those shipping routes could reduce U.S. dependence on Chinese shipping routes. And keeping Greenland under Western security control would strengthen NATO and weaken the position of Russia and China. This isn't just Trump being blustery, although he's very good at that. It's not a nonsensical goal. There is sense to it. It would be nice if he could pull it off, but it has to be done legally, not by force. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox on Tech. AI might not take your job, though it may make you do more work. Artificial intelligence at the workplace is yet another topic for discussion at this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, in a year where agentic AI, the type of AI that does stuff for you, is expected to push further into the business world, and it may help you do a better job.
You spend 20% of your time looking for files. You spend 20% of your time populating systems. You spend 20% of your time, and by the time you get to it, you spend 15% of the time actually doing work.
Scott Ehrlich is chief of innovation at broadcast giant Sinclair. He says AI is beginning to handle repetitive tasks so employees can get things accomplished.
And so we have this army of people that literally do a lot of copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Well, now we have agents that can do that.
The tech has been experimental, but soon it is to be affordable to all sizes of businesses. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Thank you for being here on a Friday. Thank God it is Friday. It's been a heavy week, I know. And we've tried to break it up a little bit.
Or an amazing week.
Yes. It's been all and every. It's been incredible and then tragic. There's just been a lot to balance. Feel like a juggling act a little bit.
We had an amazing action last week in Venezuela and how long that played out. All the way until basically what ends up being Wednesday afternoon into Thursday with the shooting in Minneapolis. In the big scheme of things, whenever you can draw the left off sides to show you who they are, that always works out well for us. And we're going to start getting economic data over the next 48 hours that's going to be driving home just how good this thing is going.
I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see it. And I love the fact that people are concerned about the midterms. We should be. Every election needs to be handled delicately and needs to be handled with seriousness. But I love the fact that these numbers are coming in the way they are. Deficit being down, labor workforce being up, government workforce going down. We're getting close to Trump 1.0 levels of federal government. His goal is to get it down to the Bush era of federal government workers.
If GDP gets into the fives, ooh,
buddy,
because we've talked about part of the reason why there was such a push for the big beautiful deal. And as I told you, I'm reserving judgment on this thing. More government spending will always be a concern to me.
Sure.
But I was told by people that as I said, I'm going to delay what I view of this because I've had Scott Bessent and as well as the rest of the Trump administration say, just trust us, watch how this is going to work. And when it's come to the tariff program, when it's come now to the trade deficit's been cut in half, what I've been told, they've been better at this than the experts have been.
The experts have been shocked.
They're always shocked. Shocked. Can't believe this happened. It's shocked. If we actually get to 5% GDP growth, and we were told the reason why we need the big beautiful bill, we need to grow ourselves out of this malaise. If that's what we're looking at, then you're in a pretty strong place for the midterms.
Yeah, I believe that they'll be right. They've proven themselves right every time so far. I'm like you, do not like all the government spending. But in Trump's head, I feel like he's going, we're going to make so much money that we're going to be able to tackle that debt with all the money that we're making. Because he's a spender. We've always known he's a spender.
Yes, he's always been about investing money in order to make money. I would liken it in a very simple way so you bought the bar, you bought the restaurant, you changed the management. Yeah, you spent quite a bit up front. But now here's what it's doing.
It's going to roar back.
I talked to a gentleman where he talked about he had bought into a business, a local business, and he had put his house behind it. But he believed, based on what he knew of the industry, he could help build it into a winner that would be sold off eventually, and here's what they were going to make. And he was right. He was willing to bet his house on it. Well, it's kind of what we're doing here.
Yeah, we're betting the house.
We're betting the house, and we can take this from something that, for instance, brings in $7 trillion a year. No, we're going to get that to like 12. Like, we're going to make crazy money, and we'll see. That's the goal, though. That's the game, and it's nice when you can use other people's money to do this, because we don't have that option. You and I have to use our own money to bet on ourselves to see what we can build.
Yep.
But it's still the same plan. And so far, so good. The economic data continues to look strong.
It looks like quarter one this year, quarter two is going to be incredible. And if you listen to what Scott Bessent, the Secretary says, the Treasury says, and I believe him, man. I do. I think they're right. There's never been a time, and I'm not saying Trump's perfect by any means. I disagree with him. Like people, bringing in 600,000 Chinese students. I don't think that's a good idea.
We were immediately calling that out.
I would fight with him over that. But when it comes to the economy, I feel like he's put the best people around him. And Scott Bessent, man, that dude hits it out of the park every time.
I did not care for when Donald Trump disparaged the American people by saying we have to bring people in because we don't have enough expertise at these levels.
Yep.
I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't we go get it? Like, here, let's educate our American workforce to do this sort of stuff. But I get the argument. You wanted more immediate help. This is what you're doing because this is how you're growing. We are going, until we have that moment, Tug, because I've been told for the better part of a year, into now year 2 of the Trump presidency this time around, that these policies are going to blow up in his face and blow up in the marketplace, and here's what it's going to do. And that's yet to happen.
Yeah, the experts continue to be shocked.
So maybe they're wrong.
Yeah. The experts told us all kinds of things about COVID. The experts.
Yeah. And that is why, having lived through 2020, I will always say, hold on a second. I'm going to see for myself.
Yeah.
See how this plays out.
Yeah. I'm not sure I believe that you're an expert. And what makes the experts the experts?
Because they got to go on TV.
That's exactly right.
Because they happen to lecture at a university.
That's it. That's exactly right. I don't know that I believe there is I think there's experts in a field. I don't know that they end up on CNBC. I think they're probably in a business, being an expert at the business and being successful.
One of the people that I do enjoy following is Mary Talley Bowden, and I've brought her up on this show before, and she's done a couple different podcasts, and she's done some other work around the country. She is MD Breathe, and she was one of the people working out of Houston, and she ended up treating, I think she ended up having at one point like 2,000 COVID patients, and she lost one during this time period. And she can tell you, well, here's the reason, this is what occurred. So when you have people going on television to say what we should be doing, and yet they haven't treated one patient, and the people that were doing the treatment, the front line people are like, here's what we're doing. They're not telling you what needs to be done. They're lying to you. Do you want to listen to the person who's sitting on TV for 3 minutes at a time talking about what the government told them to talk about? Or do you want to talk to the person who's actually treating patients every day?
Getting their hands dirty.
Thank you.
Having their hands busy in the field doing the right thing. That's why the experts are always wrong, because the experts are not on TV.
And that is the difference. I believe we have an administration of people that have gotten their hands dirty in the past doing this stuff. You know, obviously Trump has built the companies that he's built. But when you look at who is part of this, everyone has a vested interest in what they're involved in. Like Scott Bessent's looking at it and saying, why do we continue to be right and y'all continue to be wrong? Maybe you should just let us do our thing.
Just maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe we've done this before.
If we get to 5% growth, we'll see.
Dude, here's to hoping, here's to cheering on the best news ever. Coming up about 8:25. He just texted me and said he's getting off at Windy Hill Road, headed this way, Phil Holloway. He shared something. You can find him at Phil Holloway Esquire. Minnesota police and peace officers fed up with the dangerous and inflammatory rhetoric spewed by Mayor Fry and Tim Walz. Listen to this statement from the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association on the ICE activity and political reaction in Minneapolis. The association stands firmly behind law enforcement officers' accountability under the law and safety of every Minnesota community. Irresponsible, reckless rhetoric from political leaders attacking law enforcement has real and dangerous consequences for officers on the streets. And it goes on from there. Even the police officers Association in Minneapolis are saying the mayor and Tim Walz are being reckless. We spent, I don't know how much time yesterday talking about, hey, maybe they should turn down the rhetoric a little bit. And they've not done that. They've done the exact opposite and continue to pour gas on the fire. So much so that the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association has to say, wait. Y'all getting this all wrong.
You think this is blood in the water?
Yeah, it feels like it.
Do you believe that they're looking at it and saying they've pushed it so far that we can't even support?
Yes.
Because eventually it's going to be our heads on the chopping block with these crazy people.
That's exactly right.
That's what I feel it's what it comes across as.
100%, dude. Can you imagine being an officer of any kind in Minneapolis?
No. We talk about nervous people with guns.
Who would suggest, and we'll get to that because I want you to redefine that because that's so good, something Attic Corolla said. Who right now in Minneapolis, as a officer of the law, it doesn't matter if you're enforcing the school speed zone, you're a target. That's what it looks like from the outside in, that you're a target. I wouldn't trade places with those people for $1 million. and I have nothing but respect for them, but I fear for them.
I spent the early part of the week when we were talking about J.D. Vance's home in Ohio being vandalized, and we talked about how if you're going to be concerned about people, maybe be concerned about trans people. They tend to do some violence. Well, what happens when you're in an environment in which case so many different people have been weaponized that you can't tell who? It's one thing if I'm like, that person has blue hair. They kind of look like a dude playing a woman. Maybe I should be a little bit cognizant of what they're doing. They might be a little crazy. What happens when you're just a regular looking cat lady? But I don't know you. You don't have any of the regular symbols of violence. Like that woman in Renee Good who was shot and killed. You see any picture of her outside of when she's with her wife, there's nothing that would say political.
Right, just a regular lady.
Just a regular lady. Yet her politics was so strong, she was willing to go and interfere with ICE activities. So yeah, if I'm a school worker, if I'm like working the crosswalk, I don't know when one of these people is going to pop off and go nuts. Who knows what gets them to do it?
Especially with the tension in the air that's being created, much like you heard. I just read Phil's post about the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association. You don't know what's going to set them off. They are saying, stop pouring gas on the fire all the way down to the regular police, is not federal authorities. It's absolutely nuts, and we'll speak with Phil coming up in about 10 minutes. He is part of the Megyn Kelly podcast network, does the True Crime podcast. I want to get to J.D. Vance quickly because he is going to be, we talked about this earlier, he's going to be real trouble for the left in America. He is not backing down, and I love the fact that he did exactly. Donald Trump stood up for our officers, our ICE agents who are doing the work that Trump was elected to do and that he's tasked them with. J.D. Vance, same way. Yes, what happened was tragic. Anytime there's a loss of life, it is tragic. But it's a tragedy of the left's own making. I don't expect, and you'll hear J.D. Vance say this, I don't expect that woman got up thinking that she would get an ICE agent to shoot her. But she knew she was going there to cause chaos. She knew that. They got out of the car to film it, to make sure that they were able to cause chaos and get negative press for ICE. Here's the vice president.
Of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers.
And when this stuff happens and Jacob Fry and Tim Walz continue, they stir up people like Nicole Good or Renee Good. They get them into such a tizzy. We even played the woman that said she quit her job to go down and protest. They think they're doing something good. They think they're justified. Who are they protecting? They're protecting someone, Los, like the Somali immigrant that was here illegally, that was accused and convicted of sexual assault that ICE picked up yesterday. That's who Renee Good died protecting.
I think it's important to recognize what they're protecting in this case. Like, for instance, we've talked about it in the past. One of the absolute foundations, unshakable for Tug, is his faith. And that's always going to be number one, right along with his family. Like, these are going to be, right now, number one. We've proposed to you what happens when your number one is politics. That is first and foremost, by far, the most important thing in this world. Your power, your politics. Because that's what the officials in Minnesota are doing. The way they're speaking, it's because of that. When Tim Walz tells people, and this was on Wednesday afternoon, when he talked about, we don't need any more federal help and how we have our own National Guard. He was setting up a scenario in which the National Guard would keep ICE from doing its federally mandated job. That's what he was talking about. If I don't know if there's a more clear form of sedition, you're calling for civil war. Which is only about maintaining their own power.
That's exactly right.
Because what's the most
100%.
important thing in their world? Politics.
They're so married to it. Los and I are very proud to say at 10 o'clock, we flip the switch off.
My politics turns off, sort of.
Yeah, well, but
it's not first and foremost
you're
any
certainly
longer.
not married to it.
No, I go, I put it in a box, and every now and then I might open up the box when I'm on X just to make a little fun point here or there, promote something, or here, check out the show, here's what we're doing. But at no point am I leading with that chin. The Democrats, the people that are really in power, all they care about is politics and power. That is first and foremost. And so they lead with all of it.
Follow them on social media. You'll see.
You'll see.
If you dare, go over to Blue Sky. If you dare, go over there if you want to see how married to their politics they are and how insane this entire story out of Minneapolis is, but shouldn't be.
Communists, they create this fervor that they're the good guys. They're the ones that are fighting the authoritarians.
What did Michael Schellenberger say?
Talked about how they create the scenario where we're the righteous ones. We're the good guys. In the end, what are they basically? They're power-hungry thieves and authoritarians. And the weird part is, and I think Schellenberger had also pointed it out, and some of the studies have shown it, the people that claim to really can't stand authoritarians are authoritarians.
Amazing how that works. Unbelievable how that works. Dude, follow Schellenberger. He's a smart guy. Super smart dude. And just his list of how authoritarians and leftists are actually narcissistic. And the fact that they believe all the same things. A narcissist and a leftist. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. When we come back, Phil Holloway, our legal expert here on the Morning Xtra. You can find him at Phil Holloway Esquire, ESQ, on X, on Twitter. He'll join us next to talk about the legal points of view. Some of the things that they discussed with Megyn Kelly, I believe it was yesterday, along with Ashley Merchant. You know her from all the court cases with Donald Trump and everything that happened here in Fulton County. Phil joins us next on Xtra 106.3.
When political discourse gets ugly, count on Xtra 106.3 to be the voice of reason when tempers flare. The violent rhetoric from the left won't change our mission. It won't affect our hearts, and it won't stop us from being the voice of our community. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. Glenn Beck is not a client and is paid for his endorsement.
Hey, it's a Kimmer talking about Stovall.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag on Stovall. I went up there and actually got a quote on some of their material up there, and he gave me the quotes I wanted, but he said what would work best, they don't carry, and referred me to one of their competitors. That's how good they are. And sure enough, he was right. The material he was talking about that they don't carry, it's actually going to work best for me. So I've got that on the way. It all worked out well. Makes me want to go back and buy something from them now.
Folks, when it comes to landscaping supplies, start at Stovall. 11 locations around Atlanta. Online at StovallInc.com.
Fox on Football. I'm Jared Max. Time for the NFL playoffs. After 18 weeks of the regular season, 14 teams qualified for the postseason. Favored to win the Vince Lombardi Trophy, the Seattle Seahawks, the number 1 seed of the NFC with a first-round bye. The previous 2 times Seattle finished as the NFC's number 1 seed, the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl. The Denver Broncos, who have this weekend off, are the number 1 seed of the AFC for the first time since 2015. The last season they went to the Super Bowl, which, like this coming NFL championship game, was played at Levi Stadium against the Carolina Panthers, who were in the playoffs as division champs for the first time in 10 years. The Panthers play in the first wild card game this weekend, Saturday, 4:30 Eastern Time on Fox, at home against the Rams. Then the Bears will host the Packers. Sunday, Bills at the Jaguars. Eagles home against the 49ers on Fox before the Chargers visit the Patriots. Monday, Steelers home against the Texans. Jared Max, Fox News.
This is House Call for Health. Flu cases in the U.S. hitting their highest levels since the late 90s as a new super variant continues to spread around the country. The CDC estimating more than 11 million cases so far this flu season, some 30 states in the top tier for flu activity. The agency says flu cases increased by 33% Christmas week between December 20th and December 27th. The flu putting about 120,000 people in the hospital so far, already killing about 5,000. Doctors say many of the cases are linked to a highly contagious strain called subclade K, which was not part of this year's flu shot. The CDC says the number of people getting a flu shot is in line with previous years. In the most recent data released before mid-December, health officials say about 40% of Americans had a flu shot. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health on Lisa Brady. Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 9th. GOP lawmakers in Georgia unveiled a plan to phase out the state income tax, starting with exemptions on the first $50,000 for individuals and $100,000 for married couples. They propose offsetting lost revenue by cutting tax credits and incentives. The plan sets the stage for the debate as the General Assembly begins its session on Monday. The U.S. Secret Service is leading a nationwide crackdown against credit card and EBT skimming fraud, including operations in Atlanta as part of a wider effort to protect consumers. Agents and partners visited thousands of businesses, removed hundreds of illegal skimming devices from ATMs, gas pumps, and point-of-sale terminals, and inspected nearly 60,000 machines to stop criminals from stealing payment card data. And economic experts say the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta is set to drive record-breaking spending and boost the Atlanta economy this weekend. The estimated $50 million direct impact comes as thousands of visitors fill hotels, restaurants, and shops. Today's weather, scattered showers with a high of 70 degrees. We'll have heavier rain over the weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Our guest, Phil Holloway. You can find him on X at Phil Holloway Esquire. Find me at Tug Cowerton at Front Office Los. Dude, good to see you.
Always happy to be here with you guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah, man. There's so much that has been going on. And Los and I feel like we try to do the research. We try to discuss it. Los is, has a great education behind him. I'm a 3-time college dropout. I usually come from a more common sense point of view because that's all I got, But when we saw the clip that you had sent me that y'all did on the Megyn Kelly network, you and Ashley Merchant, and I don't remember the other guy.
Dave Ehrenberg. He's a co-host for our. It's called the new name is the MK True Crime Show.
Yeah. But when I heard y'all talking about the things that we had discussed earlier that day, it made me feel, and I know Los made you feel that way too. We're like,
I was like, Phil brought it up. Yes, thank you.
But we feel like we're on the right track because our goal is to always speak about it in a very logical but a reasoned and researched way.
Well, Phil, and I wanted to bring this up with you in this way. Once we got past the emotions of the video, which is what I was trying to do that night, it came down to let's get down to the law. And the amount of discretion law enforcement officials are given based on a situation where they have to make a snap decision, as you brought up, yeah, hindsight can be 20/20, but officers are given that latitude based on what previous rulings have been.
Yeah, so I've been sort of analyzing and talking about and analyzing, law enforcement use of force cases in the media for many years. And of course, I went to the police academy back, I think, in 1989. I still train with law enforcement. I go through the same training every year that they do in terms of use of force. And I've actually taught use of force to law enforcement at various points in my career. And, it's basically, it's like this. Okay, there's the criminal standard of self-defense. We all have the same right to self-defense. You can defend yourself against imminent threats to your life or serious bodily injury, but you can also defend third parties if you have a reasonable belief that they are in the same type of danger. But then you also have the civil standard, which comes out of there was a 1989 case called Graham versus Connor that dealt with how we're supposed to analyze police use of force cases specifically. And Graham says, look, you're supposed to look at this from the perspective of the officer on the scene, the reasonable officer on the scene, without using the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. And the Supreme Court goes on to say that, police are forced to make split-second judgments in tense, rapidly evolving, dynamic, fluid situations. And the Fourth Amendment reasonableness standard applies in that context. So you can't look at it with the 20/20 lens of hindsight, like you say. You have to look at it from the scene from the perspective of the officer on the scene, considering all the circumstances. One thing about this particular shooting in Minneapolis is this particular officer had previously himself been hospitalized, almost killed, by someone who had assaulted him with a car during one of these ICE protests. So, that has to factor into it as well. And if you look closely at all of the evidence, and if you step back and you try to look at it objectively, calmly, and rationally, which is what, that's what's required in any investigation, but you can't go into it with the breathless emotion of, the Mayor Fries and the Governor Walz's that we saw yesterday, which, that was just reprehensible, stoking the flames of civil discord, right? So it takes a methodical, slow, rational, non-hysterical, non-emotional analysis. And that's what, if you do that, if you follow that to its natural conclusion, you have to conclude, as I have and many others have, is that this was objectively reasonable and therefore it complied with the law.
Phil Holloway is our guest. You bring up Graham versus Connor, which I jumped into that a couple of days ago and then deep dove a little bit more. One of the issues that is covered there is excessive force. And what I had to make a point to the person who was bringing it up with me, because that woman was in a vehicle and that vehicle was still advancing, because some of the left will say, well, why was there a second shot, a third shot? Well, excessive force is based on somebody's down and you're still shooting them. That's where the Supreme Court found that would possibly be excessive force. But because you're still in a vehicle and it's still advancing does not mean the possibility of you getting hurt or anyone else being hurt is over.
Yeah, so law enforcement is trained to eliminate the threat. When you are presented with a lethal threat and you reach the point where lethal force is authorized, in other words, you're legally permitted to shoot that person or kill that person, even no matter if once it's justified, and it doesn't matter if you shoot one time or 15 times. And a lot of people make the mistake of criticizing that, and they say, look, okay, I can see one shot, but not the third or the fourth. Anybody who's ever been to a firing range, or certainly if you've been in combat or even in law enforcement where you're on the range and you're practicing some kind of a high stress drill, you don't have time after every pull of the trigger to see exactly where your round went. And so law enforcement is trained, to fire multiple shots and to do what is necessary to terminate the threat and to make sure that threat is terminated. And so I think it's a fool's errand to start bickering over how many shots were fired.
But that's what the media and that's what the political leaders have done. They're looking,
as if you have a moment to suddenly go, what about a third one?
That's exactly right. They're acting like this happened in stages. This happened in
instantly.
An instant.
Yeah, it's all in a split second. And look. If you're the officer, put yourself in this officer's shoes. You're standing there. The car's in front, and he was in front of the car, regardless of some of the other videos that have different angles. Once you look at other videos and you can see all the angles, he was in front of that vehicle. he could have heard the engine revving. The tires, front tires, his front wheel drive, they started spinning, and it was, I guess, on ice or whatever. It didn't gain much traction.
But that doesn't take away the intent.
He can hear that. He can see that. He can remember being hospitalized and almost
6
being killed
months
previously, and he has no idea. For all he knows, she's getting ready to ram right at him, and he's got a half a second, maybe less, to make a decision on what to do. Not only to protect himself, but his colleagues, other officers that are on scene, and also the civilians that are on scene. Because if she just takes off like a bat out of hell and jams the accelerator to the floor, then who knows who's going to be injured. So he's got to think about all of those things very quickly, and he's got to make a decision, and the law gives him the leeway to do that. If it's objectively reasonable, is it possible that this could have gone another way? Sure. In the realm of all things possible in the universe, yes, it could have happened some other way. Maybe he could have made a different choice, and maybe it would have been okay, but we don't know.
But that's the thing that drives me crazy, though, is the fact that people are celebrating that he didn't do the right thing. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. Let me say that correctly. People, if he would have stepped out of the way and then ran over, that would have been a celebration on the left. They've already shown you that they do not care. The celebration of Charlie Kirk's murder, the celebration of Trump getting shot at. Had it not happened, like Phil's laying out, had it not happened that way, today they would be celebrating the death of an officer.
Phil, let me ask you this as well, because this is not being played up enough in the media. We obviously, all of us, have gotten a chance to review this very meticulously, including the audio. There is 3 different times when the law enforcement official, and by the way, we now know that car had been in the street for more than 3 minutes. You have a law enforcement official approach the vehicle and tell the woman 3 different times to vacate the vehicle. At that point, I believe that's a lawful order, and a lack of compliance is obviously ramping things up, where if you're standing in front of that vehicle and she's not complying, and now suddenly you push on that gas, that changes, in my opinion, the entirety of the intensity of what might occur.
You have to remember that this particular, according to the Department of Homeland Security now, it's being reported by them, and I saw something, I think it was Fox News, I saw this, or maybe elsewhere. They are reporting that the deceased female, her name's Good, she followed federal ICE agents to other locations prior to the shooting, and she was blocking the roadway specifically to interfere with their ongoing operations. So she had been stalking them basically all day.
That was established.
Yeah. And so the officer, when you're talking about looking at it from the perspective of the officer on scene, he's got that knowledge too in his head. So he knows that these are bad actors, that they have bad intent. And so I think that weighs heavily, in my view, in favor of concluding legally that this was a justified legal shooting. So
let's talk about the potential of prosecuting the officer from the state level with a civil case or even murder charges. What's your take on that? Because it seems like the federal government would be able to head that off. Am I wrong about that?
Not entirely wrong. So the local authorities there, I'm sure, I have no doubt that they would love nothing more than to charge this ICE officer with murder under state law. And if they decide to convene a grand jury and do that, then, I don't know how to stop that necessarily. But if that were to happen, hypothetically, the officer, because in my opinion, he was clearly operating in the course and scope of his federal duties, he would have the ability to remove that case. And by that, I mean transfer it from the state court system up to a federal court. Now, what that doesn't mean, it doesn't make it a federal case because state prosecutors would stay with it. And the president could not pardon it, even though it's in federal court. Rudy Giuliani and some others tried that here in Atlanta with the Fonnie Willis thing in Fulton County. They tried to remove their case to federal court, and none of them were successful because they were concluded that they weren't acting in the scope of their federal duties. So the state would try to make the argument that this officer, since they would allege that he was acting improperly, that was not in the scope of his official duties. They would not win on that. I'm sure they would lose, but that's how they would try it. Now, what we have seen, though, is that the Minnesota, their version, I forget what it's called, their state investigative agency, similar to our GBI here in Georgia, they have reluctantly withdrawn from the investigation, they say yesterday, because they say that the FBI is locking them out and not giving them access to investigative information. And I think that's because the FBI doesn't trust them. Right? The FBI doesn't trust them to do the right thing and to make an objective decision without emotion and political influence. So I think that theoretically a state prosecution is possible, and if they can find a way to do it, I think they will. But I think steps are being taken to try to prevent that.
We're so in the early stages of this, especially when we start just talking about the political angles. Keith Ellison, their state attorney general, he might possibly be caught up in some of this fraud activity. There is
might.
Yeah. There is audio of him talking about understanding here's where the money is coming back from. Yeah. I think considering all of that, would that not make total sense to make sure that if you are going to have a jury of your peers, get it out of the state of Minnesota? As you pointed out, I would want that federally moved somewhere else. Give me a different jury so that I'm not being judged by the people of Minnesota who have shown to be quite questionable when it comes to this.
Well, if you go to federal court, you're still going to have Minnesotans on the jury. It's just you're going to be pulling that jury from a larger geographic area. If you are in, say, the local court there in Minneapolis, it's people off the streets of Minneapolis, okay, which would be, absolute just. There's no way that would be a fair trial at all. So that's like I said. I think the FBI is taking steps to avoid giving them access to anything they could use as evidence. I'm not convinced that that's going to be enough to stop them because, like you mentioned, Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General, and some others, they may have some personal reasons of their own to create a sideshow, a distraction from the fraud investigations, particularly if their names are going to start circulating as possible wrongdoers.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, come back with Phil Holloway here on Xtra 106.3. You can find him at Phil Holloway Esquire, ESQ on X. Of course, leads the Holloway Law Group here in Marietta. I want to ask you, there's so many questions that I have to ask you, specifically about the fake protesters, the paid protesters. Is there something legally that can be done with those people? The people that are pouring gas on the fire, are there a way to hold the elected officials accountable? And some of the discussions along those lines. Next, more with Phil Holloway with me and Los here on Xtra 106.3 in the Morning Xtra.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 9th. One spot in the College Football National Championship has now been decided as Miami will face the winner of Oregon and Indiana as they beat Ole Miss last night in Arizona, 31-27. Miami scored in the final minute to punch their ticket to the championship game. As for that Oregon and Indiana game, they match up here in Atlanta at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tonight. That kickoff is set for 7:30. From the NFL, the wild card round of the NFL playoffs are set for this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. It all kicks off tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 from Charlotte as the Carolina Panthers host the LA Rams. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Happy New Year, Xtra listeners. A new year means new opportunities to secure your retirement goals. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we help you start fresh with holistic retirement planning to create a personalized retirement roadmap designed with you and for you. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. As we all know, the best retirement asset is peace of mind. Make 2026 the year you take control with confidence. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. President Trump recently issued the first veto of his second term. He vetoed a bipartisan bill to fund a Colorado water project because he views it as a waste of taxpayer money, saying residents are leaving the state under Democratic Colorado Governor Jared Polis. The measure is the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. It would have helped complete a pipeline project to deliver clean drinking water to rural communities in southeastern Colorado. This is a part of the country where support for the president runs deep. Both the House and Senate passed the bill unanimously. President Trump has feuded with Jared Polis over Tina Peters. She's a former Colorado County clerk serving a 9-year sentence after she was convicted of state charges for allowing unauthorized access to voting machines. Peters spread conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. The president cannot pardon Peters because the state of Colorado convicted her, not the federal government. The veto also set off GOP Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert, saying the veto was a mistake. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. One of New York City's most notorious serial killers has confessed to another murder. Police in New Jersey announcing Richard Cottingham, known as the Torso Killer, admitting to killing Alice Eberhard in 1965. The 18-year-old nursing student was stabbed and bludgeoned to death at her family's home in Fair Lawn, New Jersey. The case went cold for decades, but was reopened in 2021, and through countless interviews over several years, extracted a full confession from Cottingham, including details that were never publicly known. Cottingham, now 79 years old, killed women and girls in the New York City area and got the nickname of the Torso Killer because he was known for dismembering his victims. Cottingham has claimed responsibility for up to 100 homicides going back to the 60s, though authorities in New York and New Jersey have officially linked him to about a dozen. He's been convicted in 5 cases and has been in custody since 1980 and is serving 3 life sentences. There's more on this story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Don't let your afternoon drive get bogged down with traffic and weather breaks. Just enjoy the Kimmer Show from 3 to 6 p.m.
During the Obama and the Bush administrations, and they showed up in the Middle East, you bombed a building, and then you see them, or you bombed a truck, and you see them get out and they ran, and then you heard them say, okay, they're going a little to the left, a little to left, and you light them up again. No one said a word.
Don't worry, it's only the Kimmer on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Our guest, Phil Holloway of the Holloway Law Group.
It makes us smarter.
Yes, dude, I'm telling you. Me, definitely.
What he does. I just absorb.
The Megyn Kelly True Crime Network is where you can see Phil and his counterparts breaking down just crazy legal stories. And you guys go into detail about that stuff, right? Just such interesting stories that are true, because people are fascinated by true crime.
Yeah, they are. We really are. And we do true crime a little bit different because it's all lawyers who have real experience in the real world doing these things. But we get into all the stuff that's in the news with the big criminal cases. And we even look at cold cases and all that. But we break it down sort of from the experienced criminal lawyer's perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, my mother loves y'all's programming.
Oh, thank you.
She's so big into true crime, and I turned her on to what y'all were doing a few months back, and now it's, you'll call her up, and I'll be like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm listening to my true crime.
I'm listening to Phil.
Well, we'll tell her thank you for subscribing. We're MK True Crime. We're on YouTube, but we're also on podcasts. So wherever you get your podcasts, check out MK True Crime.
I want to ask you about the people filming, because there was someone that got out of the car of Renee Good and was filming. Are they held accountable? Can they be held accountable? Where does that stand?
So this is the woman who is reportedly her wife. Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. You got to understand, Renee Good was the focus of their attention in that moment because she had been committing the crime, I guess, all day of interfering with their operation. So this was really a traffic stop. I think they were trying to get a vehicle out of some snow, and she was interfering. And so they're like, look, that's enough. We're going to go ahead and engage with her. It was like a traffic stop, potentially to arrest her. And so if she's committing a crime and you have somebody like this third party woman, her wife, whoever it is, that's instigating it, participating it in any small way, then they are what we would call a party to the crime or an accessory. And if you are a party or an accessory to a crime, you can be charged with and convicted just the same as the person who is the principal perpetrator. So she could be facing criminal charges, and it wouldn't surprise me if they don't file something against her, because if she was an active participant in interfering with the work of the agents, then she could go to jail.
Big picture, for people that have now made it their business to train and then interfere with these federal officers and what they're doing, what would they be looking at if there was a punishment that would go into this?
Oh my gosh! Well, I think the whole thing, if you look at it from the bigger picture, we see sort of the same groups of folks traveling from one thing to the next. It's Maduro, it's now this, it's the No Kings, or even going back all the way to the George Floyd. I think that's when they really started organizing. And you see when something happens, the left is able to mobilize this army, if you will, of pissed off people, right? Who just go from one thing to the next, and a lot of them say they're being paid. I think it's probably well established by now. But this is, if this is the case, and if the intention is to disrupt legitimate law enforcement operations, I think that's a criminal racketeering organization. It's sprawling, and there may be multiple organizations that are loosely connected. I think that there's a lot more. I think the federal authorities really need to redouble their efforts to try to identify this network, to disrupt it, because it's not about protesting. It's not about free speech. It's literally about insurrection and interfering with law enforcement operations.
An actual insurrection.
Yep.
Our guest is Phil Holloway. You can find him on Twitter at Phil Holloway Esquire. The Democrats immediately came out with this narrative, and you saw it all over social media, and it was labeling Renee Good a legal observer. So why would they run with that? But there had to be a reason that everybody on the left was posting that same title.
We watch these World War II or maybe Vietnam shows and movies, and you see people that are the medics, right? They wear their armband that shows the Red Cross, and theoretically they're off limits. Okay, the enemy's supposed to leave them alone. They're neutral. We recognize that. The other side recognizes that, so we leave the medics alone. So what they do, these folks are trying to create some kind of a title for themselves, to call themselves a legal observer, which I guess in their warped minds makes them somehow immune from being arrested or otherwise, charged or stopped by law enforcement. It's a made up title. It doesn't mean anything. If this woman was a legal observer, she clearly had no legal training, or she would have known better than to stick her nose where it doesn't belong, which is in the middle of an active law enforcement operation, because that's a crime. So I think this is just silliness. I think it's just something that they've made up so that they can have something to say to the reporters who are sympathetic to them. Oh, I'm just a legal observer. They had no right to do that to me. It's just part of the same
sovereign citizen.
Yeah, well, they want to somehow make themselves believe that they're special and they're off limits.
Well, if I was a poll watcher, then I have to have actual legal credentials to be a poll watcher. Yeah. This is what they're trying to post themselves up as. Phil, let me ask you, is a lot of this, if we start talking about going after these networks, is all this just about tracking the financing and seeing where it's coming from and seeing how it's being distributed in order to build this sort of case?
That's a great question. I don't know that I have the entire answer to it, because there's been some really good investigative reporting regarding these far left agitation groups, is what I'll call them. And what's been uncovered is that there is coordination, but it's like they're cellular. A lot of them are operating independently, but they're also working together in a way.
Like terrorists.
Yeah, it's almost like a terrorist cell, but it all flows back to funding sources. I think it's all been tracked to the DNC as well, and there's going to be some type of taxpayer money at some point is funding some of these nonprofit groups, right, that are involved in this. You got teachers unions out there calling for people to, use their bodies, so to speak, to resist.
Which was not surprising when you had the city of Minnesota that had the information that came out. They're not looking to have kids back in school until next month, which leaves an entire month for any of the teachers unions to go get out in the streets
and get active.
Don't even get me started. I mean, I go back to the COVID era and what teachers union, I think, showed us who they really are, that they are not so much interested in the kids or teaching. They're interested in themselves and being activists and using their organization for political activism.
But using the kids as political activism, as props in some of the charter schools in Minnesota, they physically say the most important thing is to teach children activism, not math, not English, not reading, writing, activism.
Yeah, so what are these teachers up there? They just get a whole month off now? Is that?
Yes. The discussion has been because of the danger in the streets that they will be able to do virtual classes until I believe the date's February 12th. Well, if anyone who's been through that entire process, your kids, my kids, there's very little. Like the teacher takes care of what she needs to take care of, and then they're free to do what you feel like.
Well, it's clear that activism is the, it's basically the religion of the left now, the far left, and it's not about doing what's right for their communities. It's not what's right for the country. Look at what Mayor Fry comes out there like in the moments after the scene of this shooting hasn't even been cleared yet, processed. He comes out immediately, tells ICE to get the F out, and he says that this was clearly a murder, or words to that effect. And if you wanted your city to burn down, this is what you would do.
This is how you would do it.
This is how you would say it. And
but it worked the first time.
It's almost like he wants that. And if that's the case, that's just certifiable insanity.
Well, considering that they don't hold the presidency, the House, or the Senate, considering also that you do have such a major scandal that's right at their doorstep, I think their excuse to all of this is similar to summer of 2020. Burn it down, and we'll figure out how to take advantage of this.
I think that you're right. I think that if you look at what they're saying and what they're doing objectively, that's the only conclusion I can draw, is that they want this type of chaos in the streets. They want civil unrest. They want it I think it's to distract from things that they may be caught with all the fraud up there as well. I think that a lot of that's they see this as an opportunity now to take advantage of it and to capitalize on it to draw attention away from themselves and their own potential criminal activity.
Phil, I don't know if you've ever used this strategy. There's been times where I've told my wife and my daughters, if I have to go meet up with Tug at the bar, and she'll be like, well, why are you going to go meet up with Tug? And I'm like, because y'all cause me stress. I have to go have a beer with Tug. It feels like they want to get things burning down just so they can say, well, see, it's Trump's fault and it's ICE's fault. Right. That's the only reason why we even did this, because look what they did to us.
Well, they're already saying that. What they're saying is that, they say, okay, ICE says they're coming in to make us safer, but they're making us, ICE is coming in here and making it more dangerous. They're coming in killing people. So that's already the message that they're using to gaslight people, to say, it's not us, it's you guys. Everything was fine until you guys got here.
We know the left is prone to violence. We've seen it over and over.
They want it. They cheer it.
That's exactly right. And not that it doesn't happen on the right, but it's so minuscule, it's ridiculous. And you heard J.D. Vance say as much. Phil, thank you so much for taking the time to come in, man. We
always
appreciate
happy to be here with you guys.
Absolutely. Make sure you check out the MK True Crime Network and the podcast that Phil hosts there. You can find him at Phil Holloway, ESQ on X, formerly known as Twitter. When we come back, how could the Dems win the midterms with the kind of economic news that we're seeing here in America? Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
So you've heard a lot in the news about Donald Trump and Greenland. Oh, Donald Trump is going to try to take Greenland with troops. He's going to steal it from Denmark. Have you seen any media member outlet try to give you an honest appraisal of just what is going on there. Why is Greenland important to the United States? So I'll give you some of the reasons. You make up your own mind if Trump is wrong for coveting, if you will, Greenland. Just give you a couple of points to chew on, and there's many more. The U.S. control would strengthen early warning and missile defense systems already operating at the Pitofik Air Force Base in Greenland. Also, Greenland is right there underneath key Arctic air and sea routes between North America and Europe. Controlling or possessing Greenland would make the United States the dominant Western power in the Arctic, rather than a secondary stakeholder. Who do you want to be the dominant Western power? Question, who do we rely on right now for critical rare earth elements? Answer, China. Well, Greenland has significant deposits of rare earth elements, uranium, for instance. New shipping routes are being opened in the Arctic. Whoever controls Greenland would have a lot of control over those new important shipping routes. And the availability of those shipping routes could reduce U.S. dependence on Chinese shipping routes. And keeping Greenland under Western security control would strengthen NATO and weaken the position of Russia and China. This isn't just Trump being blustery, although he's very good at that. It's not a nonsensical goal. There is sense to it. It would be nice if he could pull it off, but it has to be done legally, not by force. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
I'm Ashley Dvorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with stars Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson and director Craig Brewer of Song Sung Blue. The movie, inspired by a real-life couple, follows Lightning and Thunder, a Neil Diamond tribute band. Jackman and Hudson play the musical duo. Hudson said a big takeaway from the role is Mike and Claire Sardina's determination, overcoming challenges in their way to follow their dreams.
Being able to fight for light and fight to get through what could be some of the hardest things that could happen to one in their lifetime.
Director Craig Brewer shared how he related to the duo's creative passion.
I live in Memphis, Tennessee. I so desperately wanted to be a filmmaker. Everybody was telling me I needed to move to Hollywood. And instead, I grabbed a cheap digital video camera that I bought at a pawn shop. And I went out into the streets of Memphis with friends of mine and people that I met. And I made a movie. And that led to my career.
Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Xtra.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Friday, thank God it is Friday. Appreciate you checking out the show. Whether you're listening on the Extra 106.3 app, 106.3 FM, 12:30 a.m., or streaming at extra1063.com. So many ways to listen, so many ways to engage at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms, at Tug Coward, at Front Office Los 2.
I don't know what you're going to do once we hit the weekend. It's going to hit 10 a.m., and you're going to send over to Glenn Beck. You'll get Clay and Buck this afternoon, and then you'll get the Kimber to finish up, and Jesse Kelly after that. You're going to have to go like 48 hours without us.
I know, right?
It's tough. Remember, we had like almost 3 weeks off.
I know, right? Goodness. Yeah, what will you do? I know what you're doing. You're going to be in Alabama.
I'm driving to Alabama this afternoon. We're going to stay at my in-laws' home. They're like an hour and a half away from the volleyball facility. Think of it as, for those of you who have been out to Lake Point, this is their version of Lake Point, and it's actually between Birmingham and Huntsville. It's just right in the middle. So we're going to stay a little bit closer to there Saturday night so we don't have so far of a drive, because we mapped it out. It's 77 miles from the front door of my in-laws' house to this facility.
Goodness.
So,
yeah, that's a haul.
So now we're going to go and
stay 20 minutes out.
Man, there was a lot of hotels that are kind of right around that facility.
Hotels or motels?
Both.
Both, okay.
But when I read the one word I didn't need to see on them, as soon as I saw a review and somebody said roach or roaches, I was like, out.
I mean, who's going to sign up for that?
So we're going to stay in Decatur.
Yeah, Decatur.
At a Marriott. So we're going. My wife has points with those properties, so we got a free room.
Well,
so we'll stay there free Saturday night.
Use our credit card points, whether in Charleston or Augusta or whatever, because we're going to start at the end of the month doing a bunch of that traveling.
That's the same stuff. We're doing the exact same thing. So it'll be fun. We'll be in Coleman, Alabama, and Decatur, Alabama, and Huntsville, Alabama before we get back into town next week when Little Big South is over at the Georgia World Congress Center.
Greenbow, Alabama.
Greenbow, Alabama.
Dude, one of my favorite movies, and I'm not the biggest Tom Hanks fan in the world. I think he's fine, but he is incredible.
Forrest Gump is a classic.
Dude, I watch it.
Classic.
If you find it on TV somewhere on the random day that it's on, it's one that you stick around with. It's one that I never turn. But speaking,
by the way,
yeah.
Have you seen the Kill Tony joke about why Forrest Gump is the most, he's the best person, best person that ever lived?
I don't think so.
So obviously served his country, did this and this. And then it's like, then he had sex with his girlfriend who had HIV and they had a kid and she died.
So
that's how open he was.
Yeah. He was, well, you know what? He probably didn't know. I mean, he knew she was sick. Maybe it was a cold. He's not a smart man.
But I've always thought about it in the film that, well, she didn't have that yet.
Well, because it hadn't been discovered.
Right. But if she did already have it,
that means
Forrest's not the bravest dude around.
Yeah, dude. He's like, I don't care. I'm going in. I do not care. And and the most heart-wrenching scene of the whole thing at the end when she introduced little Forrest to Forrest Gump.
Yes.
And she's like, and Forrest asks Jenny, is he smart or is he...
Right, wants to make sure.
Looks down.
Yeah.
You know? And dude...
It's the only time you ever see him ashamed of
who he is.
Yeah.
Or his disability.
It's a great movie.
And it puts a lump in your throat and you're like, oh my Lord. And then Jenny goes off and into the great beyond.
And then it would turn into a Kill Tony joke 30 years later.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah.
How open Forrest is.
Oh, man. Good heavens. The crazy thing to me is to think that there's somebody that would potentially vote for the Democrats in the midterms. And there's so many reasons. We'll get to this piece of audio that Lowe's has describing why. But I ran across this post and I thought it made so much sense. And it says, everything makes sense when you consider the following 7 truths. This is from Cynical Pluribus. A large majority of native-born Americans strongly oppose Democrat policies. The only way Democrats can win national elections is to import new voters, both legal and illegal. The way to ensure newly imported voters vote Democrat is to give them free stuff, whether via fraud or legal wealth distribution or both. Trump's policies and efforts to deport illegals is an existential threat to the Democrats and their policies. It's imperative that Democrats shut down ICE operations, because that's getting to it. Key factor in attempting to shut down ICE operations is to create martyrs. And that's what we got on Wednesday. The last one, this one's the gut punch, but it's so true. And we said it early this morning, and that's why I'm glad I ran across this. The woman dead in the SUV, for them, for the left, is a martyr. Deep down, they're glad she's dead. They needed her to be dead. That's the gut punch. Because in communism, she was useful.
They need the public to turn on these operations.
Absolutely right. That's what they're fighting for.
That's why they're hoping more of their cannon fodder end up being killed. They need it. Because let's be absolute about this. You could say, Los, that's just your opinion. Okay, fine. Let's do this from just a simple standpoint. Every single state Donald Trump won, there is voter ID laws. Every single state he lost, there are no voter ID laws. The only states that Kamala Harris won in the 2024 presidential election do not require voter ID to vote. This is about making sure, because the Democrats have already lost the mainstream of the country. They've already lost the sane Democrats within this country. There's a reason why they're now the party of 2080. They're on the 20 every single time. They don't have the ability without illegals to win elections and cheating.
That's summarized. And everything I just read through, summarized right there. The only way Democrats can win national elections is to import new voters, ensure they get free stuff, and then fight back against Trump and deporting their new voters. They can't do it without them.
They can't win nationally if you have to win with everyday native-born Americans, even naturalized Americans who have here, went through the process, now they're citizens. They can't win with them.
Because natural-born Americans are seeing the deficit cut in half. They're seeing the progress. They're seeing everything that Trump has told you is going to happen economically is starting to happen. You're starting to see the snowball grow.
If this continues, this trend, which if we see real 5% GDP growth, and I went and I pulled up the numbers just to have them. So we've had, outside of our COVID time period, because remember, then we had a 12% growth in GDP. Well, it's kind of BS because we shut everything down. You can go back. We had 1 year of 5% growth since 2000. One quarter of 5% GDP growth since 2000. You have to go back to the middle of 1984 when Reagan had the explosion that they had in this country, the growth they had in this country. If we really get to this quarter, whether it's Q4 2025 or Q1 2026, if we see 5% GDP growth, that's how we know we're going in the right direction. And let's play CNBC. They started noticing what the trade deficit data has been.
Go up. This is unreal. The movement in this number, minus 29.4 billion. We cut it basically in half. We cut it in half. Just consider this. In March, it was 136 billion. Right now, it's a whisker under 30 billion. We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far, but you're going back a ways.
You have to go back somewhere in the neighborhood of plus 30 years to have the trade deficit be this low in this country.
So 84 you mentioned, that would be Reagan. Did you say 04? Was that what it was?
04, after the Bush tax cuts, we had another period of 5% growth. Now, to contrast that, during the Clinton years, during the tech boom, we were still doing well. It was still right in the mid 3s to low 4s. So it wasn't like it was, hey, these are the only guys that had the secret sauce, because it was constant growth during that time period. But the only times that we've had over the past, since 1984, where we've had 5% on the regular, where it's a legit 5%, not a COVID 5%, was after the tax cuts, under Reagan and then George W. Bush.
And then now, under Republican Trump. That's right. So 84, 04, 24.
Now, granted, I would rather have, if we could maintain it, 4%, 4.5% every single quarter. That would be the kind of growth that we would be very excited about. But if we saw 5% and it hovered around 5 to 4% for the remainder of the next 3 quarters,
yes, I will.
Oh,
buddy, Katie, bar the door.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I would go back when you talk about Clinton and the tech boom burst. So it wasn't even. I mean, it was real to a degree, but it came to a very quick halt.
It was very steady growth. And then when so much of what happened with the tech boom, and I'm not going to say that like it wrecked the economy. It wasn't like the housing crisis of 07-08. Like that wrecked the entirety of the economy. What the bubble bursting in the tech world did is that everyone who thought they were going to get rich and become a billionaire by investing in pets.com ended up not making any money.
Yeah.
You know, that was the bubble bursting, that I've started a company where I stick the radio next to the computer and I've invented radio on the computer.
Right.
Yahoo's like, we'll pay you $5 billion for it. That's what bursted. But it did create a foundational issue to where we could then have Silicon Valley in developing the stuff that we did. It wasn't the same sort of burst as what we saw in 07 and 08 when you wrecked the entirety of the economy and the economic system.
To quote Forrest Gump, I'm not a smart man, but I cannot imagine Republicans losing the midterms. I can't. I cannot imagine it. You're trying to tell me people want to go back to a weaponized federal government? They want to go back to open borders. They want to go back to high prices at the pump and the grocery store.
They would have to cheat very hard, which is why if we can get it done the first couple quarters. We have to have the good economic data to keep the wins at the sails. If you can get voter ID laws passed,
dude, it's over. Yeah, that's a done deal.
Again, Trump won every state where there are voter ID laws. Kamala Harris won every state there was none.
And you would have to convince me that there are people in this country that are okay with the levels of corruption that we've seen and are seeing. Think about the Pacific Palisades, the people that are suffering there, the corruption that's happening in California that are making even the Hollywood types go, whoa, wait a minute, what's happening? Or the corruption in Minnesota. To give the Democrats any sort of power in the midterms, you would have to be accepting that that's okay. That you're okay with those things. Even USA Today says Democrats have no plan. And hating Trump won't win the midterm elections. USA Today, they sound like me. They're saying there's no way people are going to go back to that. USA Today?
I don't know if it's from a bygone era. Your previous people that won elections on a regular basis on the Democrat side talked about how it was won by giving alternate ideas and that people would get behind those alternate ideas. Now all they have is it's not Trump and I hate all of his policies. That's it. Now, is that enough to get people to show up to the ballot box? I know Trump on the ballot is enough to get people to show up at the ballot box and vote for him.
He's not on the ballot.
No. It's a legitimate question.
We've seen it, but I just...
Bill Maher talks about it. He's like, we have to have better ideas or different ideas. And everybody else who's significantly younger than Bill Maher goes, you're wrong, Bill, and you're old, you don't get it. We can just hate Trump.
Yeah. USA Today says hating Trump is not a plan and won't win elections. I mean, think about Maduro. I mean, the beginning of the week before all the craziness in Minnesota, more craziness in Minnesota, people were protesting, many paid, most paid, maybe it's all paid, to turn Maduro loose. Why? Because Donald Trump did it. When their administration had a $25 million bounty on him, which is what Stephen A. Smith had brought up, and I think Bill Maher, too, have brought that up. Those things make no sense, and maybe Maher is dismissed as old. Stephen A.'s as mainstream, or culturally mainstream as you can possibly get. Everybody, whether you like sports or not, everybody has an idea of who Stephen A. Smith is. But I don't know that the Democrats like him a lot at all.
No, because he is entirely too much into mainstream common sense arguments. He brings himself up as a Democrat, but he's arguing with more of 90s mentality Democrat policy.
Yeah.
It's not the 90s anymore. That 90s Democrat either doesn't exist, they're sitting on our side, or they're wondering what the hell's happened to my party.
That's why I wonder what Democrat's going to vote for a Democrat to take over and go back to what we just got rid of.
If the economic data continues to just blow up, if it continues to where, wow, things are considerably better than where you were just a couple of years ago, I think it's going to be very hard for Democrats to make an argument based on, I just hate Trump.
Well, that's all they got.
That's all they got right now.
And to your point, it's the economy, stupid. To use an old Democrat, one that they wouldn't listen to anymore. And not that I agree with James Carville a lot on many things, but it is the economy, stupid. And if you see the economy humming first, second quarter, going into the third quarter when we start getting close to the elections, they're just over the horizon. It's hard for me to believe that anybody's going to go, I don't care, I'll cut my nose off to spite my face. I know those people exist. I just don't think many everyday Americans believe that.
These people have spent the better part of the last year plus, begging for a recession, hoping for a recession.
I know.
Predicting a recession. And now, here we're at 5% GDP growth. If that's the number, we'll find out what it's going to be for the previous quarter. We'll see what the prognostications are moving forward, which they've all been, they've all looked good for this administration. We'll see. Again, trade deficit cut in half since March. And this is now the fruits of all those labors. It's going to be very difficult if you want to talk about our ideas will do better to improve the country. All right, what are your ideas?
I hate Trump. Dude,
okay.
Let me sabotage my own thing.
I told you, I've said this so often. This is why I'm going to charge them $2 million to run so many of their programs. I would take the very best of Trump's ideas and claim them as my own.
Sure. You've said that many times.
I would just lie to people. You know that no tax on tips? That was me.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Kamala did it. Sure, try.
Yeah. You know who has been pushing harder to go get Maduro with an operation by Delta? Me.
Because I put that $25 million bounty on his head. That's what my party did. No, that's right.
Take advantage of all of them.
But let me sabotage, not that part of it. Let me sabotage everything I said about we can't lose the midterms, who would vote that way. All I have to do is look into my own family and know that my sweet Aunt Peg is going to vote for the Democrats. She is. There's no chance that she's not.
Midterms are turnout elections. It's how do you convince them that turning out
she'll run
is of no use?
I'll flatten her tires.
That's kind of violent. It's very Antifa of you.
I don't care at this point. No, Antifa would have blown up her car.
By the way, have you seen the video of it's a cartoon, it's like an ad for a cartoon of like the 4 heroes that are there to save you?
Uh-uh.
All right, maybe we'll end the show with this. I'll see if I can go ahead and dig it up and find it. But it's hilarious, like the Antifa man who fights fascism with fascism.
Yeah, right. I love it. This is the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3. A Minneapolis City Council member warns of the ICE terrorists. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
John Michaels here, and if you want the perfect holiday gift for the sports fan, the tailgater, or the bourbon lover, this is it. 13 Heroes Premium Spirits honors the brave 13 Americans lost in Afghanistan, and every bottle makes a difference. Order direct to consumer at 13heroes.com, and a donation will be made to the Warrior Alliance for every bottle sold. Their Delta 7 and Alpha single barrel are clean, smooth, and award-winning, and guaranteed to exceed expectations. Give back. Give great bourbon. Order now at 13heroes.com. 13 Heroes, American Spirit done right.
Christmas is over, so why not get what you really wanted? Jaron Solomon here, and now is the time to treat yourself to the perfect piece at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, because you deserve it. Or maybe your New Year's resolution is to make someone else's dream come true with the perfect engagement ring. Or Valentine's Day with a gift that says it all. No matter what you are shopping for, we have 3 Atlanta locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, and endless ways to celebrate you and the ones you love. Don't forget to head to the website at SolomonBrothers.com to check out the clearance page to get the absolute best deals on the styles we simply bought too much of for 2025. And with our low price guarantee and flexible financing, luxury has never been more accessible. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, helping Atlanta say I do since 1982.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Remember when you were growing up and the highlight of your school's fair was to dunk the principal? Well, that's what we're hoping to do here at the Fan, dunk our boss.
Let's do it. It's the 2026 Polar Plunge to support Special Olympics Georgia. From now until February 15th, just go to specialolympicsga.org and make a donation on behalf of 680 The Fan.
If we can raise $2,680 or more, the two of us, home team and Finn, will be taking the plunge and taking our boss Andy with us to Ackworth Beach February 21st. Donate now at specialolympicsga.org and click on the Polar Plunge and support Team 680.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit stopmyed.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at stopmyed.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 9th. GOP lawmakers in Georgia unveiled a plan to phase out the state income tax, starting with exemptions on the first $50,000 for individuals and $100,000 for married couples. They propose offsetting lost revenue by cutting tax credits and incentives. The plan sets the stage for the debate as the General Assembly begins its session on Monday. The U.S. Secret Service is leading a nationwide crackdown against credit card and EBT skimming fraud, including operations in Atlanta as part of a wider effort to protect consumers. Agents and partners visited thousands of businesses, removed hundreds of illegal skimming devices from ATMs, gas pumps, and point-of-sale terminals, and inspected nearly 60,000 machines to stop criminals from stealing payment card data. And economic experts say the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta is set to drive record-breaking spending and boost the Atlanta economy this weekend. The estimated $50 million direct impact comes as thousands of visitors fill hotels, restaurants, and shops. Today's weather, scattered showers with a high of 70 degrees. We'll have heavier rain over the weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're so glad that you're here. We so appreciate you, and we're hoping that you'll share. If you get something out of the content that we share, that you'll share it with other people and help us grow this radio station, this radio brand, and share the content with people that would enjoy it. And then the only other thing we would ask is that you give the advertisers that you hear during the Morning Extra or in the Kimmer Show the first chance to earn your business. If you need a new HVAC, please call Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
I love them.
No, they're terrific. They're
did some terrific work in my house just about a month ago.
Yeah. If you are in the market for anything prep-wise, True Prep, Cobb Parkway, or you are into landscaping, the folks at Howard Brothers, they share your values.
Maybe you need a car.
Maybe you need a car. Absolutely. Honest
car guy will get that done for you.
You're going to do some exterior remodeling. We think the folks at Southern Exteriors would be a good fit for you. So it's just, we're not asking you to buy something you don't need, but when the need arises, give them the first opportunity to earn your business.
It's not like my wife with Stitch Fix or your wife with shoes.
Holy cow.
Like, you already got enough. We're not asking you to have to be that way, but if you are inclined, if maybe you just had your home exterior done like a month ago, but you want to redo it for funsies,
yeah, sure.
Why not?
but we understand if you just did it last night, probably going to be a need for a little while. But when the need does arise, give them the first opportunity to earn your business.
You just bought a mower,
yep,
but you want another mower for the rest of your estate?
Yes,
Our brothers will help you out on that.
Maybe you got one that you were not satisfied with. You want one of those cool zero-turn mowers or something.
Maybe you've gotten to the point where you say to yourself, I keep having this walk behind. It's nice.
That's fine. It does the job.
But I really want to flex at my neighbor Steve and show him that my riding lawnmower is considerably better than his.
And you want those cool, like, stripes in the grass, like they have at Turner Field.
You show Steve that who's really running this thing.
That's exactly got
it. You know what?
Bro.
You put it to Steve, where that interesting wife of his who's, ready to be mad at him if doesn't take care of his work.
You got shown up.
Give him a reason for her to be mad at him.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I hear Brenda's been giving you more hell. Did you notice my yard?
Because it's not stopping. It's about to get worse. Things are about to get considerably worse for you, pal. But that's all we ask is that you would give them the first chance to earn your business because they share your values. So many companies do not share your values. We obviously do, and we appreciate you, and we appreciate the advertisers. It's all really spokes in a wheel. You know how it operates. You know how it works. It's real simple to understand. So anyway, just wanted to share that with you. It's just on my heart, and I hope that you'll take it to heart yourself. There was a city council woman in Minneapolis, and I want you to hear what she says. Because we talked to Phil Holloway a little bit earlier about Tim Walz and Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, pouring fuel on the fire. Now, Tim Walz, in our opinion, in our view, has so many reasons to pour the fuel on the fire. With all the corruption that is being uncovered, it is the most extraordinary thing I think I've ever seen in my whole life. I mean, I always knew there were fraud. I always knew that that people were cheating and lying and stealing your tax dollars. That's why I'm so against taxation. I hate it. Dude, he's got so many reasons to want this kind of stuff to go on.
We've talked about this on the show, and I think it's important to reiterate. People can live with bad government. Bad government's pretty regular. Mm-hmm. Bad government's poor. We're used to that.
Yep.
When you have government that's cheating you out of your money, when you have dirty government, that's when every side, independents, Democrats, Republicans, everyone gets angry about dirty, cheating, stealing government. That's why Tim Walz is in so much trouble.
Yeah, no doubt. So we talk about people pouring the fuel on the fire. This city councilwoman, Robin Wansley, listen to the way she describes what ICE is doing in Minneapolis.
So that is what Renee Good was doing, as thousands of neighbors have been doing for the past 6 weeks, caring for one another in the absence of leadership by our Trump administration to truly protect residents, as opposed to waging a cruelty campaign against them through ICE agents in their terrorist attacks right now in our communities.
Terrorist attacks in our community. That's the way she described the justified shooting of Renee Good. Is it a tragedy? Yes, it's a tragedy. It's horrible. I don't think she woke up that morning going, I'm going to die today. I don't think she did. But one thing I did know is that they were there to cause chaos. They knew what they were doing, so much so that the wife gets out of the car to film it all.
They were planning to try and create a viral moment. Now, we've seen these scenarios where they play out, where things don't go according to plan. Maybe you're planning on some sort of stunt. We've seen some of these awful influencers where they will try and start a fight somewhere, and then before they know it, they're detained or they get beaten up pretty good. That wasn't part of the plan. I don't believe Renee Good got up that morning thinking she was going to end up with a bullet in her head. But I know from her wife reportedly saying this is my fault, set up a scenario in which case she would have a confrontation with ICE. She did not believe it was going to probably end with that bullet.
No, of course not.
But it did based on what her actions were.
You have to. I like what you brought up earlier from Adam Carolla and his show that he does. How you should interact with police officers, how you should interact with ICE agents.
Police officers are people. Now, I give them the respect of being law enforcement, but I acknowledge that they are people. And that depending on a situation, some people can get nervous. When you find yourself stuck in an intersection and there's a woman who's decided to cut off traffic for 3 minutes and there's a growing crowd of now very anti-ICE people that's growing around, by the time that the car advances at you, that is a nervous human with a gun. It's no longer just an ICE official. It's no longer just an ICE agent. It's no longer just, hey, that person's a cop. That's law enforcement. They'll act like law enforcement. Sometimes they'll act like nervous people with a gun, and they're legally allowed to. So it's like I brought up yesterday. You want to go home? Act right. Because he's going to go home.
Yeah, right. His
job is he'll go home before you go home.
That's exactly
right. If you escalate force on a police officer, they will make sure that they go home before you do.
But do
you want to go home? That's the question. You want to go home?
That's why it's crazy to see these paid protesters out there. And I'm sure not all of them are paid, but I think the majority of them are. And maybe they're paid and believe in the cause too, which is the cause of communism, the cause of the downfall of the United States. They see an opportunity to deliver a dagger to what they hate, and that's America, the United States of America. I don't even think we got to that clip that we're talking with Laura Ingraham when she was talking to the protester in Minneapolis. What did she say? Do you have a job? Laura Ingraham asked, do you have a job? And the woman said, I'm getting paid right now.
I'm getting paid right now. You're not supposed to say that, baby girl.
I know, right? You know, the people around her were like, shut up.
Like, shut up.
Shut up.
Like, she just drew you offside, which is why Laura Ingraham started smiling.
Yeah, because she knew.
She's like, got him.
Yeah.
Got him.
That's exactly right, dude. But how many people are out there that are paid, maybe, like I said, maybe they believe in it, and look, they get the benefit of believing in it and being there and getting paid. But how many of those people are there just to cause chaos and get a paycheck because that's what they're paid to do?
Listen, I think Renee Good fell for what a lot of immature and a lot of people that, you can call it deranged, you can call it broken, mental illness. They are driven by social media to do things that are outlandish. And in her case, it got her killed. To think that woman, let's just say she's not paid to do this stuff. Let's say she's been trained to do this. But you know what? I'm going to get some social media out of this stuff. And we'll be able to put it on there. And then, remember how I said she's got Maddow vibes? Like, if I do this, I'll be on Rachel Maddow. That's
right.
You're not.
Or
instead,
like the same way.
Instead, you bled out in your car.
Yeah.
Ain't no Rachel Maddow vibes there for trying to create a social media sensation. And the fact that reportedly, your wife was the one who was filming this stuff, who had set up the scenario for you. And then was the one running down the street saying it was her fault and that was my wife. You realize how giant of a backfire that all is?
Yeah.
All because you decided to test armed men that weren't playing. You were for play. They were for reels.
And one of them had been dragged 100 yards by a car.
And already. You didn't know that?
She had no idea.
She didn't know?
but she found out.
She found out. That's the other end of it.
Unfortunately. There's a new, talking about the paid protesters and that sort of thing. There's a new piece of audio, and we don't have it right now, but I just see it from at Breaking 911. And it's just somebody setting up their camera to record the press conference and some of the discussions about Renee Good. And it's ICE protesters being coached on where to stand before the press conference. And they have all their made up signs that all look identical. And one of them laughs, and this is just caught randomly on camera. One of the paid protesters is laughing with a media member, and another says, "This reminds me of theater," because they're being told, "Here's where you stand.
Here's what you do.
This is what you say. This is how." All of this is organized. I think if there's one thing that I want people listening right now to understand, there is such a well-oiled machine behind this. This is so well organized. Does it suck that it is? Yes. But it is nonetheless.
Can I give you a piece of comedy, but you're not allowed to laugh at it?
Well, I feel like that's catch-22. I feel like there's no winning here.
So you have a picture from behind of the SUV that smashed into that white car on the street. And that car is just, the whole back end is just destroyed. And Bad Hombre ends up retweeting this as far as here's the image and what he had to say about it. He said, imagine having to explain to your insurance company that a raging lesbian with a bunch of stuffed animals in her car got shot in the face trying to run over a cop, and it totaled your car.
Yeah. Holy cow. It'd be hard to believe.
For anyone who's dealt with insurance,
it's going to be hard.
Knowing how they call BS on everything as soon as possible, could you imagine trying to explain this to your insurance company? That was my car?
That was me. If you go back and look at the video, you'll see my car.
And they'll be like, what? And you'll be like, don't you know about that incident in Minnesota? What incident?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because they're supposed to play dumb with you.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want to pay out.
You know that one where this is my car on the street and it got hit? Yeah, what do you mean?
The ICE thing going on in Minnesota, you know nothing?
Toys you say were in the car?
Yeah. Stuffed animals, are they? Plush animals, is that what it is?
So I thought that was pretty funny when you have to explain that to your insurance company.
It was actually
That was my car.
Yeah. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. When we come back, you got the
I can't find it.
Oh, you can't? Okay. All right. Well, here's the other thing. ICE ain't welcome at a Minneapolis Mickey D's, and they rented a security guard. I mean, a mall cop type. And you should hear him. You should hear him explaining what his job is there at the Mickey D's. And McDonald's has already responded too, by the way, very quickly, much like Hilton did. We'll talk about it next as we wrap up the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 9th. One spot in the College Football National Championship has now been decided as Miami will face the winner of Oregon and Indiana as they beat Ole Miss last night in Arizona, 31-27. Miami scored in the final minute to punch their ticket to the championship game. As for that Oregon and Indiana game, they match up here in Atlanta at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tonight. That kickoff is set for 7:30. From the NFL, the wild card round of the NFL playoffs are set for this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday. It all kicks off tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 from Charlotte as the Carolina Panthers host the LA Rams. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free exclusive programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Just a quick reminder here. You know, when people get actually worrying about health insurance, when that starts not during open enrollment, it's when the first premium auto draft hits in January. See the number, check the bank balance, say, wait a minute, what the heck is that? For families like family of four, especially unsubsidized, 2026 means paying thousands of dollars more than 2025. Deductibles so high, you're afraid to even use the damn thing. They think, oh, great, I'm stuck. Well, the truth is not everybody. Washington's not making it easier. Stephen does. Health insurance doctor, generally healthy and don't rely on subsidies, maybe private underwritten options available year-round if you qualify. Less than marketplace plans. Call Stephen. He's a health insurance doctor. No call centers. It's real. Stephen answers the phone. If your January draft made you say nope, here's the number, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. Before you suffer for a year, healthinsurancedoctor.net. Before you're stuck, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, The Trusted Toolbox.
Living with everyday pain is like having a voice that always says, no, you can't do that. No, you better sit this one out. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can help get you back to life on your terms. One where you say yes a lot more. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients does not just mask pain, it helps reduce or eliminate it for good. Whether it's your back, neck, joints, or muscles, Relief Factor can help you, as it has for so many others. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and give Relief Factor's 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day to get your life back. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. And see how you can say yes to more of everything you want.
0 is a powerful number. It can mean you have nothing, but it's really powerful when it means you pay nothing. That's where Dobbs Heating and Air comes in. Right now, the Dobbs family is offering a $0 10-year labor warranty on all new HVAC systems. If you think you might need a new system soon, now is the time to install a new unit with Dobbs Heating and Air for that $0 10-year warranty. That means $0 repairs for 10 years. Great deals, even better service. That's Dobbs HVAC. Get started at DobbsHVAC.com. That's DobbsHVAC.com.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
One of the funniest, craziest things you'll hear today. And McDonald's has already responded to this. I think they're trying to work as quickly as Hilton did to get it squared away when that Hilton franchise said ICE was not allowed to stay there. McDonald's in Minneapolis posted a sign on the door that says ICE is not allowed or welcome. And they posted a rent-a-cop security guard out front. I want you to hear him answering the questions when people ask him. A reporter asks him about the decision. It is, it's nuts. This dude sounds like a full-fledged dumbass. Listen.
In this McDonald's in Minneapolis, there's a sign on the door that says ICE is not allowed. We couldn't help but notice there's a sign that says no ICE on the door.
Yeah, just to let you know, at the end of the day, this is private property. Mm-hmm. So you can't just break the law because you're a federal agent. It's like coming into your house or coming to any other restaurant. There's rules. So.
Did the manager put that on the door? How did that get there?
I'm not sure, but it's there.
How do you guys enforce it?
They read the sign. You know, at the end of the day, you have all right to come in and make a purchase. If there's rules and regulations. You can't just walk behind the counter.
What?
Well, fairly certain you're not looking to walk behind the counter.
That's right. That's how crazy it is. He says you can't just break the sign says you can't come in. You can't just break the law and walk in. It's like walking into somebody's house. You can't do that.
Well, if you're a federal agent looking to grab a burger.
Yeah, but the thing is, he compared walking into that McDonald's with that sign posted
to walking into your private property.
To walking into somebody's house. And then the lady said, well, how do you suppose you're going to enforce that? And he was like, well, I mean, you can walk in and just buy a burger. You just can't go behind the counter. What? Dude, you're talking about a figure eight. This dude gives Rent-A-Cops a bad name. He gives Paul Blart a bad name.
It's unfortunate that, I mean, I get it. It's a job. You're just trying to stand out front. You're just trying to make sure people don't get rowdy. You should know that if somebody's coming up to interview you, the standard might be that there's no comment.
No comment. Speak with management. Speak with the ownership.
No
speak
comment.
with the franchisees.
Yes.
No comment.
Somebody else in authority who is going to speak about this.
I mean, this is really no surprise. I have seen signs at McDonald's all the time. No ice cream because that machine's always broken.
Right.
So no ice. It just follows right along.
It's true. Like I have been a number of times that ice cream machine not available.
Yeah.
Because they all break.
Yeah.
It's a bummer when it happens.
Dude, I just thought
the kids are bummed out. Like, oh, another one that it's not working at.
How brain dead do you have to be to answer the questions the way that dude did? God bless him. Yeah, like I said, I think McDonald's.
Don't answer questions.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, that's that.
Quite honestly, most of us are not geared and comfortable with answering questions.
Right. 100%.
In fact, there's a lot you could ask me about where my answers are either going to be no comment or I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Oh, hey, like I think about when people bring up, for instance, day trading or like the Robin Hood app, and people who were active on it making money. It's a great, crazy story.
Dude, I downloaded, what's the one? Autopilot, which connects, and it's the one that
connects an account.
And you can track, like, Nancy Pelosi
right,
stuff.
You can follow along other people, what they're doing, and purchase accordingly.
Yeah, I've yet to figure it all out, and I'm a little nervous because I don't know enough.
All right, so if you asked me about that, I would be giving you the no say.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just not my wheelhouse.
Let's
it's
go
not
get on a
something I
YouTube
do.
video, see if we can figure it out.
Right. So I'm not going to be very comfortable when you come up with a microphone. Sorry, I don't know. Is there something you want to talk about the NFL draft?
Yeah, I got you.
You want to talk about college football?
Talk about George Strait, George Jones? I got you.
Miami, they won last night, and I did see a note about how because it's Hard Rock Stadium for the national championship game, which is obviously their stadium, their backyard, which is good for them.
Yeah, for sure.
The amount of people that are going to be OnlyFans that need to buy a ticket. There could be entire sections of OnlyFan creators that are going to be in that building.
Content creators.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Dude, I watched till about there's about 5 minutes left in the third quarter. I think it was 17-13 when I finally faded out. But I've since seen the last minute heroics of Carson Beck, and then the attempt to come back by Ole Miss that would have been the go ahead, and apparently there was a little bit of
pushing and shoving down the sideline.
Yeah. And didn't get called, so it just it ended the way that it ended. But good game.
Great game.
I was very, very happy with that one.
I went to bed. The only times I ever go to bed, I'm like, I can't believe I did that, is when it's like 10:30 or 11. And I just hate watch something. I was like, I got sucked in. I decided
I'm going to finish it.
I can't believe I wasted my time with that.
Yeah.
That was not a waste of time. That was a fun one.
It was, man. What do you think about Peach Bowl tonight? And if you want to listen to the Peach Bowl, you're out and about, you can hear it on our sister station, The Fan. Ben Ingram, voice of the Atlanta Braves.
Along with Chuck Oliver.
Chuck Oliver,
So a couple of our own station employees.
Be calling that on the radio.
They will be taking care of that game. I think this is a scenario that we used to see a team like Wake Forest. I bring up Wake Forest because back in the day when they would have their pop years, they'd go win 10 games. Everyone's like, watch out for Wake. Mm-hmm. What Wake would do is they would redshirt everybody. And so by the time they hit their fourth, fifth year, they had an entire team of grown men, and they were good. BYU's done that for years, where you send them on their mission. By the time they get back to playing college football, they're like 25 years old. If you go look at the Indiana roster, the amount of guys there that are adults who've been playing college football for quite a while, it's staggering compared to other teams.
Yeah.
And they look that way.
They look
They're
it. They
built
play
that
the part.
way.
They're built the part. Exactly. And we have Joe Virgin River down the hall, who's a huge Indiana fan. Had this same discussion with him. Just the fact that Indiana is built to win. I think it's going to be a good national championship. I do believe Indiana beats Oregon. I think it's Indiana, Miami. Now, because you brought up the home field advantage a little bit, dude, that's going to be an incredible dynamic.
It would have to be after what happened, where that building was nearly empty for a previous game. The Orange Bowl, it was empty.
Yeah.
It was not at the level it should have been. It's going to be this time because Miami turns out for events.
Heck yes, they do. And it's their home team. It's kind of like, and it's actually better a little bit because University of Georgia is 90 minutes away. This is like when Georgia plays in, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah.
It's great because, I don't got to drive 90 minutes. I got to drive 30 minutes. Miami's, it's even closer.
Yeah, it's like half an hour.
Yeah.
And that's the stadium they use where they play their home games at.
It is going to be, the poor Indiana fans have to be like, are we going to be able to get tickets?
It's going to be a tough one.
And then
if they're able to win it.
And then the noise factor, the home field advantage usually is what, 3 points?
Yeah.
For a home field advantage?
Typically, your Vegas number is always 3 points.
Don't you expect it'll go up a little bit with the national championship being in Miami?
Miami, and this was because of what happened to them during the year. They had 2 bad losses, and they were written off. They were the number 2 team in the country for most of the season.
Yeah. A lot of people said, they didn't deserve to get in.
They got in. Now you're seeing what they're doing.
And now you're seeing why.
Yeah. They had a really good year.
I'm not the biggest Carson Beck fan, not because he transferred. Some character issues in there maybe a little bit. But, dude, good for him. He looked like the captain of the team last night and led them down and won in the last minute. That's exactly what you couldn't ask for more out of your quarterback than that.
By the way, just so I can go through some of the ages here again.
Yeah.
So Mendoza's a quarterback, 21 going on 22. Their running backs are all 22 going on 23. One of them is 23 going on 24. All their receivers, 22 years old. Their tight ends, 22 years old. Offensive line, 22, 23, 23, 24. They've got guys that have played a lot of college football.
Yeah.
That's the secret sauce here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They got dudes. They got guys that have done this for 4, 5, some 6 years.
Do you expect it's Miami, Indiana? Because that's what I expect.
That's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with Dan Lanning getting a shot at this thing either.
For sure.
With Oregon.
Yeah. No, I love it. I just expect something to, like I told my wife last night, we were watching the game. I was like, Miami's winning tonight. And I feel like I got a pretty good pulse on everything that happened through the playoffs so far. The only one I missed was Georgia Ole Miss. And maybe that was my heart. I was leaving with my heart. But I think most people expected Georgia to win.
You were also up by 11 in that game.
Yeah, that's exactly
And
right.
had a multitude of leads. And credit Ole Miss in the season they had. They just took it away from you.
The best player on the field at the time
took it away from you.
Trinidad Chambliss. Lord, that's going to do it for us. We do have to let you in on a piece of news. Jure is moving on, and man,
it's a sad Jure day.
It is, but we're so grateful that you're here for the time that you've been here, and we'll miss you.
I'll be sleeping in until 5 a.m.
He gets a little bit more.
That's right. Yeah, it gets just a little bit. But
and just so the audience knows, no, this is a life promotion for Jure. This isn't the what did he do?
Yeah,
I'm not going to go. What did she say? Disassociate and get paid to protest.
It's crazy what happens in radio when they're suddenly like, "What happened to Jure? What did he do?" I'm like, he didn't know.
Yeah,
he got a good opportunity and he's taking the opportunity.
Yeah, might go be a state trooper.
You boys like Mexico?
Super trooper. I'm watching it tomorrow. I'm going to watch it tomorrow.
You better watch that thing. You'll love it.
I will. All right.
You're going to text us and you're like, you guys are so right.
It's so good. For Los and Jure, I'm Tug. Y'all come back down, you hear?
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.